Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream. Today is the 12th of June 2021, 38 minutes past 7 in the evening here in the UK. Back in Explain 11, back in the excellent iniBuilds Airbus A300. Today we're taking part in the VATSIM Cross the Ditch event. Today we're in the first wave, flying from Christchurch in New Zealand, and we are going westbound to Hobart on the island of Tasmania in Australia. Thank you very much for your patience and for the delay for this stream. We're only running about nearly half an hour late. Everything as usual, like with all streams, tested, checked, sector flown, everything seemed to be working correctly. Did the Windows update yesterday, and as soon as I fired up Explain 11 for the first time, it came up with that message at the top right, said there was an issue with the audio. I was like, okay, reboot Explain. And then all of the Windows audio started working, so only some of the application sounds were working. There was no sound in Explain 11, then no music on our Spotify. I was like, oh great, here we go. So thankfully, a few of the members came to my rescue, told me to fix a few things as well. We're finally up and running now after a third reboot of the PC. Fingers crossed, hopefully we'll have no more problems. Live weather, live time, so I shouldn't be saying good evening, I should be saying good morning. Right now in Christchurch, I think local time here, I'm just checking here on my phone, it is 6:39 in the morning here in Christchurch, so we're going to enjoy a lovely sunrise as we fly westbound, sort of a dawn flight, and they'll be landing in Australia nice and early, but we've got live ATC for the entire sector. It's going to be very enjoyable indeed. Who have we got here then? Alan Gaming, I'm so glad you brought that. Pray for Ericsson. I don't watch football that often, okay, and then the one time I start watching a football game, the Denmark-Finland game, I watched it happen. So yeah, well, I think all of us in here will be sending our, thoughts and prayers to Christian Eriksen. For those who don't know,
40,
I think he suffered a heart attack or cardiac arrest
20,
during the game.
10.
Hopefully he'll make a quick recovery. Thank you very much, Blue Massacre, for the £5.
Safe travels and greetings from Scotland. Currently going into my 4th year of studying aeronautical engineering.
Excellent.
And can't wait to get out into the industry.
Well, thank you so much, Blue Massacre, for £5. Very kind. Good luck with the rest of your studies. 4th year of studying aeronautical engineering, that requires a big brain for sure. So thank you so much for your kind gesture. Good luck with the rest of your industry, and no doubt we'll see you out on the line at some point. Thank you very much there. Very, very kind about the donation there. So yes, as I was saying, yes, awful news, and hopefully Christian Eriksen will make a full recovery. I haven't heard the latest there from what's going on. Anyway, yes, in the excellent Airbus iniBuilds A300 today. It's been a very long time since we've flown it. I'm going to zoom in very quickly here. We've been flying the Beluga for quite a while. Flight time in the region of 2 hours 45 minutes. Looking like we've got nice weather en route as well. And yeah, we'll be taking quite a bit of extra fuel because Hobart, not the largest airport, no radar available, I learned today as well. So it'll be a procedural airport with a backtrack required. So yeah, it could be in for quite an exciting sectors today. Yes, who else we've got in chat then? Danny Rubol, Ali O'Pews here, Simily Bob, 2 tons of love, David Ryder, John Padfield, Frank William Abigail Jr.'s here as well, John Padfield, Dynasty 001 as well, Lauren V, good to see you here too, and Andy H1302, just to name a few. Right, anyway, we're running a little bit late. My slot is in 20 minutes. There's no way we're going to make our slot. Now, it'll be quite interesting to see how they deal with this on VATSIM. Perhaps they'll, generate a new slot which doesn't have too much of a delay for us today. So we'll see what happens, and fingers crossed we'll be able to get on our way as soon as possible. Right. First problem then, completely live weather, the sun's going to be rising in about 45 minutes to an hour. It's going to be difficult to find the switches we need. I need to find the battery switch. Now, I think that's the external power where it says available because I've already connected it. I'm looking for those 3 battery switches, which they can't be too far away. Well, does the dome light come on? It probably won't with no power whatsoever. That's over here. Oh no, we're gonna have to find the battery switches, ladies and gentlemen. How did I find it earlier? I did it early in the dark. Oh. What a guess. That was a complete guess. 3 batteries, external power's on, and gosh, that is loud, the air conditioning system here. Let's turn that down. Dome lights come on there straight away. There we are. That's probably the recirc fans there. What a great guess that was. So we've got the dome light already, which is good. We'll make that a little bit brighter. And oh, that's crikey. That will make you squint if you're that dark as you've been in. That's not so bright. And what we'll do is turn up the lighting here. Down here on the pedestal and on the overhead panel, the lighting is up there, turned on, and also the lighting for the first officer. So let's actually put that to... Yeah, the storm light's what makes it so bright. There we are. Peaches, changed the time. No, I'm not changing the time. Live weather, live time only today. But thank you so much for your help earlier as well. Anthony Teal, it's just above the valve. We found it. Russell Gaisley, us engineers do. Yes, you probably know exactly where to find the lights and switches you need. Cool, so we've now got some electrical power. I'm a little bit out of sync at the moment because of all the problems I had prior to the stream, so I've got my checklist up. So batteries on, GPU's connected, hydraulic panel, verified electric hydraulic pumps are off, which they are, reverser levers are down, fuel levers are off, weather radar is off, controls for that are down here, so system is off, and external power is connected. We're not going to turn the APU on now. IRS mode selectors to nav, which is up here. 1, 2, 3. Oxygen low pressure supply switch is on, which is somewhere around here. Oh, where are you? There it is. It's on. Annunciator lights test. Ah, yes. There's moaning marble. Looks like we're all lit up like a Christmas tree. And we can arm the emergency exit lights and turn on the VHF radio. So that's turned on. Let's see if I can pick up any ATIS, grab some weather at the moment. Ah, there's no ATIS here. I wonder if actually there's any ATIS at the airport, because none on VATSIM. Not all airports have an ATIS. They do here, but unfortunately none on text or voice on VATSIM here. Alright, well, we'll grab the clearance very soon anyway to see what's going on. MGS1, even the A300 has 3 nav systems. I know, one more than the 737, that's for sure. Louis says, I hope you can do Queenstown one day. It is scary challenging if weather is not perfect. Now, I think it was exactly, it's so funny, I've done one other stream in New Zealand, and I believe it is exactly 1 year today when we did our last stream, which was on the 12th of June. Incredible, really. It was that long ago there. Thank you very much, Vickers DS, for your donation there. Don't know why it's not come up on the alert box, but it says Shift N for night vision. Oh yes, I do remember that. That would have been very helpful a few minutes ago. Thank you very much for your advice there. I'll be sure to use that next time. I'll make sure to use it. Very, very useful. There we go. Domino Mosina, first position report. Very good. How was your first passenger flight of 2021? Says Kim Collap. Very good, thank you. Over a week ago now, well, nearly over a week ago. Very quiet still. But yeah, no problems. Just about remembered what I was doing. But it was very nice to be back on the line flying. Thank you very much for asking. That's very kind. Right, so I just want to make sure the audio is all working. So what I'm going to do is actually grab my clearance now. Frequency, we have a delivery frequency 128.2. That's unfortunately on the radio tuning panel you can't transfer. You can tune, but you can't transfer the frequency to the active one. So I'm going to do that now. Call sign today is Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, and we're on stand 29. Let's see if we can get on here because I can't get any weather at the moment. Hopefully no issues with the audio with this. Christchurch delivery, hello, it's Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo on stand 29, Airbus A300, departure clearance to Hobart, please. Want to wait to, it's not even, I'm not hearing him, he's reading to me as well. I've got audio issues still here. I cannot hear the controller at all, and the X-Pilot volume is turned up as high as it possibly go. It's going to be one of those days, guys. So on the VATSIM client, he's talking. I can see he's talking to me. The RX light's illuminating, but I have absolutely no audio coming in via the headset. The Jules, go to Xpilot settings, change the device settings. Output device is blank. Yes, headset earphone. Let's try that. Delivery Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo radio check. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo radio check.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo receiving you 5x5 this time.
Yes, so sorry about that. I couldn't hear you. I think you probably gave my entire clearance, but request the clearance again to Hobart.
No problemo. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, you're cleared Hobart. Your flight as filed. Bavum 6 Papa departure off runway 02. Cabin transition. Squawk 0226.
Cleared to Hobart on the Bavum 6 Papa departure runway 02. Then the cabin transition. Squawk 0226 Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, contact ground 121.9 when ready.
121.9 when ready, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Thank you so much, sir. Bye.
Have a good flight.
Excellent. Thanks so much for you guys. I'd love to know in chat, basically, Petrich, you've already answered my question here. Xpilot resets audio settings whenever you change Windows or output devices. I don't know what happened. Windows had completely thrown all of my audio to array. It didn't this morning. It was working fine. I even tested the audio on VATSIM. So I don't know if something happened between my test sector this morning and this one, but it was all array, all a mess. But no, we can hear him now. Fingers and toes crossed. No more problems at all. Right, let's get the squawk in. 0226. We need to put the clearance in, load down the FNC, which we'll do immediately anyway. So I just wanted to make sure that it was all working on that sim. Right, let's carry on with the rest of the checklist. So on the flight deck preparation, it talks about just the initialization phase for the FMS. So we'll do that now. Init page, page 1 here. So we're going from Christchurch, which is November Zulu Charlie Hotel, and we're going to Hobart, which is Yankee Mike Hotel Bravo. Alternate today, there were some available airports on the island of Hobart, on the island of Tasmania, sorry, but I decided to go all the way over to Melbourne if we can't get in. So alternate's Yankee Mike Lima. We're going to line the IRS now as well. There we go. Cost index is 5, cruising at 32,000 feet today. We need to request that when we get our Oceanic clearance. And a call sign Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Cruise wind, so let's just put in the average wind for that. Let's have a look here. Average wind 327 at 25. What did I do? Try that again. 327 / 25. There we go. Temperature of the tropical is high. Well, I'm going to leave it at default to make any changes here. You can find the height of the tropopause and temperature, of course, in the FMS. So that page is done. On the next page here, we'll do that when we have to load up the aircraft with fuel. All I want to do at this stage is init page A, which we've done, and load up the FMS, which we'll do shortly after. Pete White, the Aussie New Zealand accent is great on the radio. It does sound very good. Lauren V, I love the way Australians say Papa. Very good as well. I didn't notice. How did he say it? Was it Papa? Not sure. Airborne Hedgehog must be going around. My flight in the VATSIM event was cut short when X-plane crashed on me during descent. Oh, sorry to hear that, buddy. I'm had enough of X-plane. Well, not X-plane. X-plane's been fine, but I've had enough with audio issues today, and I don't want any more problems. There seems to be a bit of lag at the moment. Look, if I push the button on my keyboard to go to the next view, oh, it's actually a bit quicker now. It seems to be lagging otherwise. Yeah, look. Oh dear. I don't want any more problems, please. Let's carry on with the rest of the checklist then. So, no smoking switch on auto. Seatbelt sign, we're not fueled yet, so we'll leave that off at the moment here. Servo control panel lights, verify low pressure is illuminated. my key. Honestly, what is going on? I'm not even pushing the keyboard now. What is going on? I don't know what's going on. It keeps going down. I'm having problems today. I'm not even doing any of this. Right, there we go. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, I'm so sorry about this, guys. It's probably sounding all over the place here. I'm having so many problems. Xbox controller, no, that's not plugged in. John Christie, don't know what's going on at the moment. Ah, dear. Thank you very much, Vickers, for your donation
50,
there as well.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, this will be an interesting one for it to read. Oh, it's not going to read it. Sorry. It's broken again. Everything's broken. Ryzen 9 with RTX 3080 Asus SCAR laptop. Is that good enough to get good quality stream of X-Plane 11 at 1080p at medium settings? Currently struggling with 5-year-old PC. I have no idea because that sounds very powerful, that laptop. Always best to get a PC if you want to be streaming though. But I wish you the best of luck with your newest investment when you get it. But I'm sure that sounds fine. You're asking the wrong person. Thank you very much for your donation anyway. Right, server control panel illuminated. Flight recorder ground control select switch on. Let's have a look here then. What is going on? Let me just unplug and plug my keyboard in again, guys. I just don't know what's going on. I literally, I tested it this morning, no problems whatsoever. Ugh. Okay, that seems to have helped. Alright, fine. Let's go on the rest of the checklist. Servo control panel, low pressure lights are illuminated. They are. We have one. What is going on? This servo control is like very laggy. Look, can you hear me pushing the keyboard? And then it's moving like a second later. Servo control panel, low pressure lights illuminated, flight recorder, ground control selection on. That switch is up here. I think it might. Do you reckon it's got something to do with the seat? But you can move straight through the seats. But it's doing it again. It's doing it again, guys. Like, I'm not even touching anything. Oh God. Oh my goodness me. Flight recorder ground control switches are on. External lighting power. Nose switch. On. No, nose switch off. What is the nose switch? Yes, nose switch off. Sorry, retract. One, and put the strobes to auto. Electric power panel is set. Engine and AP fire test coming in now. So let's test engine 1. I don't think it's the keyboard causing issues. I think something's messing around with X-Plane on the keyboard. When I press certain buttons, it just keeps on panning on its own. A completely new. Never seen it before.
50,
right, engine
40,
number 2.
30,
we see the
20,
message as well.
10.
Vickers, thank you again. Being a student pilot, switching countries multiple times for training, type rating in our building, have to get a lappy rather than invest in a PC. I see the reasons for getting a laptop then. Okay, well, thanks again for your donation. I'm sure the laptop will be more than powerful enough. When I started recording tutorials, I did it on a Dell XPS, which is nowhere near as powerful as even this PC, and it was adequate enough for some of those tutorials. So thank you very much for your donation there, Vickers. Right, engine fire tests are done. Fuel panel, or fuel pumps on. Our slot, we're due to be airborne in 5 minutes. That's completely out the window. AP fire panel check, if not already, which we have done. Cabin pressurization, verify the manual system is not engaged, so that's that one. We want to have it auto, so there's no arrow displayed. That's good. Window heat and probe heat is on. We've done the fire tests and overboard valve flow bars illuminated. That's all runway here, I think. There we are. Good calling. Inboard. That light is illuminated. Condition temperature panel. It says econ flow on. It's very, very laggy on the keyboard there. Econ flow on. Pack temperature panel. Check mode selectors in all in auto. They are all in auto. Emergency exit lights are armed. AP bleed panel configure if AP is running, which it isn't. EFIS control panel will now set up then, so set PFD. We need to power the pitch trim, yaw damper, and ATS. That will allow us to set up the MCP here as well. Michael G. PC's allergic to Airbus. Yes, it's definitely not liking what's going on today, that's for sure. Right, so I think on this SID, mentions on the SID profile that we need to climb up, I think it's to 250. We'll double check that shortly. Runway heading in Christchurch is runway 02, 016 degrees, so we'll set that now. Oops. It's annoying when it is that. .06, perfect. Set decision height to -5. That I believe is to stop any spurious EGPWS warnings, as I was advised by, I don't know if it was an Airbus pilot, but someone did tell me or found out anyway. So that's set. RMI, verify no flags displayed. There seems to be no flags, all seems to be appearing correctly. Altimeter is set. I need to confirm the QNH. There was no ATIS, and I didn't get any information when I got my clearance, so just going off what the METAR says in Christchurch right now. Let's have a look. Hi Connie, hi, hey Captain, great to be here, thank you so much for tuning in. QNH is 1017 here, so let's set that now. 1017. IVSI set, ADF and RMI is good, EGPW is better than push and test, imagine that's done. Clock is set, metric altimeter is set, that should be synced with the other altimeter, so 1017 is set. Flaps and slats indicate up, which they do. Alternate braking system, parking brake set, auto brake switch is extinguished, reverser and reverser unlock lights are extinguished there here. That's all looking good. Landing gear warning check. That's a test check if the landing gear lever is not down on approach there. Takeoff config warning. There we are. Flaps not in takeoff config position. So I'm getting 60 FPS at the moment, but there seems to be a sort of a little bit of a spike. Seems to be a bit of input lag on the keyboard at the moment, so maybe it's something to do with being online, because as I mentioned when I was on the test sector earlier, it was all beautifully smooth, but very laggy at the moment there. Anthony says Tolis, so I think they're having a conversation with another aircraft there. Cool. Let's carry on with the rest of the setup then. So fuel levers off, warning system emergency cancels. We can satisfy, we just know the left forward doors open. Rudder trim is set to 0, which it is, and we can now finally load up the flight management computer. Again, accept my apology for the technical issues we're having with the sim today and everything. Right, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Right, let's get the aircraft loaded up with the fuel and passengers. So, here's the charts. So 22.2 tonnes required for our 2 hour 45 minute flight. I'm going to stick an extra hour's worth of gas on. I was thinking 30 minutes might have been enough, but the reason is Hobart just doesn't have the capacity to take multiple flights, and we're running late anyway. I was due to be airborne in 3 minutes, and I'm going to be probably missing my slot and being somewhere where I should be now. So we'll take an extra hour's fuel on top of that. Average fuel flow per hour is 5 tonnes an hour, so 5 tonnes on top of 22. Let's call that 27.1 tonnes. 27.1. So load manager 27.1 and load fuel. Passengers, popular route this one. We're going to take 220 passengers. There we are. 174 economy, 46 business. Let's load that. Next. And 10 tonnes of checked in bags. Please load. Next. And you can press load, payload and fuel just again to make sure it's all in there. That should give us a zero fuel weight of 117.4 tonnes, which I calculated prior to the stream. So let's have a look here. 117.4, 117.4, and there's the fuel 27.1 said 27 tonnes. Fine, let's just double check the gauges. Which I need to clear here. Yeah, 27 tonnes on board. Excellent. Liam, haven't we taken off yet? Cheeky. We're getting there. Now it's time to load up the FMC. Now we've got the fuel and passengers on board. So let's go here to flight plan, Christchurch, SID, runway 02, BAV-M6 Papa, and then it was a transition via cabin. That's inserted. Not much to type in today, thankfully. From cabin, we can select the airway Mike 643 to Pekop. From Pekop, direct to Iplet. And then from Iplet, it's going to be the Iplet 5 Alpha. Let's do one to Iplet 5 Alpha. Inserts. Let's just check for any discontinuities. Iplet and then Sunik, that's fine. That's how the arrival works later on. I'm not getting too bad at loading up the Airbus FMC here. It's all looking very professionally fast. There he goes. I won't put the alternate routing in, so it looks like the flight plan routing is all calculated. Just want to do init page B before I forget. So, 0 fuel weight. Well, firstly, fuel was 27 tonnes. Set on the gauges. 0 fuel weight. 117.4 tonnes. CG is 30%. There we are. Cruising at flight level 320, so just 1,000 feet below optimum. Just need to fiddle with some of these figures here. So trip fuel, I don't think you can change. It seems to be saying we're burning slightly more fuel than the trip fuel. So I think on the ground, I've noticed the A300 on the test sector earlier seems to be predicting an excessive amount of fuel burn here. So our trip is 14 tonnes. It reckons we're going to burn 16.8. That doesn't even take the taxi into account. So trip and taxi. It's going to be 14.5 tonnes. This reckons 17.2. So there is a discrepancy between what SimBrief says. I found on the test sector the SimBrief profile wasn't far off here, so they need to jig this slightly. Alternate then, that's just the fuel to divert, so 4.8 tonnes.
Welcome.
And then our final reserves 2.2 tonnes. That's 30 minutes. There we are. So that's a little bit closer. 3.2 tonnes extra. It's actually 5 tonnes extra, as we calculated with the extra fuel. So not sure why there's that discrepancy. Maybe they'll fix that on a later update there. Thanks for subscribing, Mr. Prologue. Welcome on board. And that's it. FMS is loaded. All we've got left to do is the performance, guys, and then we're pretty much all ready to go. So go over here to the load sheet, send takeoff performance with an ICAO code, which is Christchurch, Zulu Charlie Hotel, runway 02 for departure. We can request the ATIS. The Jules, I went on Alpaca and Llama walk yesterday with my fam, and they gave me a llama to handle. Am I banned? Yes. You're now banned from the channel. Surface wind 3303 knots, 6 degrees, 1017. And it's not currently raining or wet or anything like that. Visibility dropping off though, a little bit of fog around, but no, are dry. Engine anti-ice, probably best to have that on for departure, engine and wing, because we are sort of approaching icing conditions with the visibility dropping. Well, it's actually not below 1,000 metres yet, but we'll put engine and wing anti-ice on to be conservative. Let's compute that. There we are, so we can take, with the flaps up, slats at 15, awesome high speeds here, 162, 165, 167, so let's compute that. Oh no, not compute, let's send data. Send to FMS, yes please, that should be sent there. So we go here to the takeoff page, there's the V-speeds, we just need to set 167 on the MCP. I'll now preset, and then we'll set 250, which will be our cleanup speed. I know it does mention sets, I think it's flaps up speed plus 20 or 30, but we're going to be accelerating to 250 as soon as the flaps are up anyway, that's fine. Flex 42. 42, and the trim 0.8 units down. So this is different to the 320 series. You can actually set the trim now, which is quite good. You get this little whirring sound. He says, why is that not making that whirring sound? Oh man, it usually goes... Oh well, 0.8 units set. And that's it. Takeoff performance is complete. So FMS routing is in, no discontinuities. Performance data is set. We've also set the takeoff thrust in the... what's it called? I know it's on the 146, they call it the TMS. Let's say that's set there as well. Perfect. So landing elevation 0 feet in Hobart, so we can leave that set to 0 feet. Takeoff warning we've checked. Brakes and anti-skid are checked as well. Closing the doors now. What's that? What do I get now to ground ups? There we are. Exits. So close all. Get that APU started now. Oops. Excellent. APU's booting up. It's called, Jules reckons it's called the TMCP. Okay, very cool. Astro, how long is the sector captain? 2 hours 45 minutes with no delays, which inevitably we're going to have. Oh, where's the one I made earlier? Actually I'll connect it first.
Ground to cockpit, hose driving up.
Very enthusiastic, love it. Right, APU's all started. You can hear it whirring away. I don't know what's going on. I'm not touching the keyboard. It's all funny, sort of. Oh, what's happened to the APU sound? Okay, APU sound we've lost. APU's available, so we can disconnect the external power. Chocks loader. Removing the external power chocks. There we are. So, we're all ready to go, guys. All I need to do is brief everything here. Enter if there's no delays, check watch, we're already 15 minutes late. We're more than that.
Doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Our estimated off time should have been 45. I was planning to get off blocks at 45, which is 25 minutes ago. Nightmare. So we're on stand. We were on stand 29 before, I think, when I was 28 when I was doing the test sector. We're now on stand 29 because I think this one was loaded up here. Yeah, I think the audio for the APU's broken, unfortunately. I just want to double check what stand that is. Yeah, this is stand number 30, right? No, this is stand 29, I think. Stand 29 is going to be a long pushback then. To face northwest, and then we're going to taxi out, make a left turn, Alpha 7, full length for runway 02, departure then, runway 02, about 6 Papa. It says track 001 to Rinko, cross Rinko at above 2,500 feet. Rinko, looks like we're going to be at 5,730 feet, so we're then going to route to Bavem set, then from Bavem to Vetev, and then, no correction, Bavem to Abaxo, and then to Cabin we'll already be at our cruise level there. Mentions here on the departure for us, the cabin transition, track 253 to Abaxo, left turn 247 to Cabin, cleared level 250, okay, so we didn't mention a cleared flight level when we got our clearance, so we'll set 250 on the MCP, and that is what it says on the SID there, so we're sort of covered there. Right, we're all ready to go. Let's check the doors, which are... Oh, not touching the keyboard, not touching the keyboard. I don't know what's going on. We're ready to go, doors are all closed. Let's get our push and start clearance with ground.
For runway 02 on the Bavem 6 Papa departure on the cabin transition squawk.
There's Christchurch ground. Just getting the charts up here in front of me so I can also see them, which is very useful. There we are. Christchurch ground, hello, Alpaca 2, Hotel Bravo, and stand 28 request push to start. not stand 28. Sorry, stand 29 as well. I'm having
Back
a...
at 2 Hotel Bravo, push status approved, time now 13.
push start approved to time 13, I'm back at 2 Hotel Bravo. At least the controllers are on the ball. Right, so windows and doors closed, beacon light to on, we'll see that one as well. That should be on. Make sure all the white lights are all good here. And we can release the parking brake. We just need to set the pushback.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Love the enthusiasm.
Ready for taxi, New Zealand 218.
So connected, bypass pins inserted, release parking
Let's
brake.
go, guys. Originally due off at 45, so 14, only 30 minutes late.
Start engine.
Everything's set up.
Alpha. Kill taxi to the.
In all that excitement, I completely forgot to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, it is pinned at the top there, but haven't done a merch giveaway for a while. I thought, being a Cross the Ditch event, we'd do a merch giveaway today. So you've got a chance of winning either the choice of a Flying Deck Sim or Alpaca Airways hoodie, ladies and gentlemen. And that's where the person holds up the sign of Hero Crown in front of the stage going... Everyone's going with chat there.
New Zealand 154, hold position.
Hold position, New Zealand 154.
Cool. So we've got the Pratt & Whitney engines today. So with Pratt & Whitney's,
Ground hello.
it says when you move the engine start lever to idle D10, you want to be at 15% N2. But firstly, ignition select to A, and then start. Observe the blue open lights.
Plus 169 a report. Stand.
Oh, starting engine number 2.
17. Swiss 10. Engine 169 a hold position. Hold position, Swiss 169.
And 2's 12, 13, nearly at 15%.
Back 01 and monitor tower now 118 decimal.
What's going in?
Monitor tower 118 decimal 4 Alpaca Concord 01.
Alpaca Concord 01, that'll be Jordan, I think. Jules, the Pratt & Whitney's take forever to start. I noticed that earlier. Southend Aviation, the Pratt & Whitney 4000 does sound superb on idle. Very cool. It's going to be awesome having a dawn flight.
Yeah, 218, monitor tower now 118 decimal 4.
So that keyboard lag seems to have stopped. I reckon it was something to do with being in that terminal. Sometimes I've noticed that with certain sceneries, the FPS can drop off quite a bit, and you get this input lag. It seems to be perfect now. But it's weird how it would carry on moving. Well, yes, unfortunately with Pratt & Whitney...
Operation complete, set parking brake.
Yes, EPR. I don't like EPR. I prefer N1, which is indicated, thankfully. I'll be referencing that as my primary engine indication. They are slow to start.
Stand by.
Be okay starting engine number 1 now, he says. Let's do it. And 2. At a point it mentions during the engine start sequence, it says when you enter the fuel, you need to have N1 rotation by 40% N2. So by 40% N2 we have to have N1 rotation registered. In the 737, prior to putting fuel in, you need to have N1 rotation. So let's check it. After 40%, we need to have N1.
Hose disconnected, bypass pins been removed, hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a good morning.
Oh my goodness me, he's got his headset in his mouth. There's N1, so that's prior to 40%, and at 45% N2, at 45% N2, verify the blue open light extinguishers. It's quite hard to do both those things in a desktop simulator, but 42, 43, 44, there you go, you see the light switch coming out, and then back to R.
Back at 894, push that is approved, time now.
Southend's loving that classic sound. Is that from the engines, or the fact that you could win an Alpaca Airways hoodie?
approved, Alpaca A94.
Looks good. That's the IDG coming on the bus by the sounds of it as well. Excellent. So we'll just wait until that sort of gets above, I don't know what point the sort of stabilised engine criteria is. I should think you want M1 pretty stable. It does start slower than the CFMs, that's for sure. Connie, do real world pilots have to fly turboprops before they can fly airlines? Well, in Europe, no, but in the US you need 1,500 hours before you can fly or sort of be accepted on sort of an aircraft like the 737, that's for sure. Right, we'll turn that down slightly, that's lovely and loud. Right, let's do the after start flow then. So ignition off, APU bleed off, APU master switch off, anti-ice on. And we anti-ice is on, brake lever arm, flaps on up, slats to 15, trim is set for departure, 0.9 units down. The flaps, or sorry, the slats are extended, and we can now request taxi. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, request taxi.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, taxi Alpha 7 via Alpha. 2911.
Alpha 7 and via taxiway Alpha. Did you say the rest? Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo?
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, taxi Alpha 7 via Alpha, cross 2911. And you need to hold on Alpha for a company pushing.
Holding on Alpha for company pushing. We can afterwards taxi on Alpha. Hold Alpha 7, cross 2911. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. So we're going to hold position for company traffic. Well, I guess we'll see him. What we'll do is slowly taxi forward. Basically, we go all the way there. So runway turn off and taxi lights on. Parking brake release, do a config check, just like in the 737.
169, apologies, forgot about you. You are stand 16. Stand 17, that's what I'm thinking about.
I'm going to wait for some company traffic somewhere. The Jules taxi lights, don't forget.
Swiss 169, hold position for now. Brake, all stations. Christchurch has got a 30-minute departure delay due to oceanic saturation.
Oceanic separation. I probably didn't help because I was due airborne 18 minutes ago. Oh, I got away just in time. Just imagine me getting that 30-minute delay. So guys, if you just joined the stream, thank you so much for joining in, and thank you for all those people dealing with all the technical issues I had at the start of the stream. Microsoft, Windows, sound issues, issues with my keyboard, right, I'm not going to jinx it anymore, but we are now on our way. Problem is that he said to wait for an aircraft pushing back, but I can't see anyone. Let's just join the back of the queue. Maybe it's this guy who's just finished his pushback.
Station Christchurch, to clarify, there are no departures from Christchurch for 30 minutes.
What, no departures whatsoever? Uh-oh. That's not good. I thought that was 30 minutes for pushback. I didn't actually realise for departure. That could be interesting. Well, let's see what happens. I can't really, nothing I could do. I was due out. I wouldn't have been stuck if I actually got away with my slot, but yeah. I sat down on my PC, guys, at 1:45, so 30 minutes before the start of the stream, and we didn't go live until 50 minutes. It took me 50 minutes to work out what was going on. Fired up the sim, 15 minutes ready to go. I actually got the whole aircraft set up, and I was like, oh wait, I can't hear any sounds. Well. Wow. So usually, when there's 30-minute delays, well, this is unusual. It's unusual to have no departures for that amount of time. What they'd usually sort of do is give you new slots. So they'll actually give you a new kind of taxi time.
Okay, 949.
And time to shut down engine, time to shut down both engines. I might shut them both down. That's actually happened before. We can do a taxi and hold, so actually, you taxi to a point there, shut both engines down, and just sit on the APU. Happens when it's really busy, because what happens is at airports there's only a limited amount of parking spaces, so if you have a slot that's 2 hours, you're taking up a stand or a potential air bridge. So what the airport wants you to do is get off that air bridge, and you then taxi to a remote part of the airfield and shut the engines down with just the APU running. I've done it probably a couple of times. Swatod, what's the song on the live stream intro? That was some custom music made by some of the members of the channel. They made that song very kindly for me. So what we'll do, we'll give it another couple of minutes, then I'll ask, is it likely we're going to not move for 30 minutes? If so, we'll shut the engines down here. You know, there's... Oh, who's on Concorde? Oh dear, Concorde isn't the sort of aircraft that can sit on the ground for 30 minutes. That's going to be a terrifically fuel-consuming situation.
894 taxi Alpha 70 Alpha Cross 2911.
That's the guy ahead of us.
Say again.
Echo 894 cross taxi Alpha 7 via Alpha cross 2911.
Taxi Alpha 7 by Alpha cross 2911.
Is it that much of a capacity issue, or is that just for Hobart arrivals? You know, Hobart are limited arrivals that can go in. I wonder what's actually causing knock-on effect. I think he says something about airspace. I mean, I'm looking on the VATSIM map, but it is looking very busy going inbound to Hobart, but it's not like across the pond VATSIM event. Maybe they're just trying to slow down the arrivals into Hobart. Yeah, I can see there's not been departures for a while. They should let the Concorde go, they should, Louis, but the problem is Concorde is sort of sandwiched in. Oh no, he's not, he's number one actually. Oh dear. Pilot 2, show the aircraft please. I will whilst we're sat here waiting. Would you like the cabin tour, the exterior view? Andy, they should let Jordan go, he's faster than everyone. Yeah, they should get Concorde going. Actually, no, what, let's taxi forward first. We have been cleared to the whole point. This is one of my favourite Payload aircraft, it's awesome. Why? Why would you stop? Use that head. You said you're going to taxi all the way to the whole point. Unbelievable. Why did he stop for? I think he went into the back of an aircraft, but then again I was doing a taxi pass view. There he goes. Could have been a disaster. Will the Concorde run out of fuel holding on the ground? Probably. Yeah, I can't remember. How much does that thing burn on the ground per hour? A lot. I remember when we did the last stream in it, we flew from Barbados to Heathrow, which is right on the maximum range of that thing. And we worked out that, yeah, if we hadn't got airborne within 15 minutes or something, we wouldn't have enough fuel to get there. Javelin just approaching top of climb. Fantastic. Holding short of 2911.
Back at 894. Tower now, 118.4.
Tower on 118.4.
There he goes.
Christchurch down.
Sorry, but could he shut down the engines and the hold? Well, Concorde, you can't shut all the engines down perhaps, but you definitely need an external air cart to start the first engine. Because there's no APU on Concorde, so you need an external source of air to get it started. So yeah, he's really flummoxed. Press F for the Concorde's fuel. I think I'm going to take this for the next Cross the Pond event if I'm free. Because I'm not really. Why is this guy keep stopping? Oh come on, man! I know it's not going to make much difference, but this is just messing around. Oliver Taylor, please can you talk through the Oceanic procedures? Yes, so I'm not Oceanic trained, but I'll sort of give you my sort of rough idea of what's going on. And in Australia is very likely different to how it works in North Atlantic tracks with regards to how you enter Oceanic airspace. Now, it's not long before we enter. I can't remember what the name of the Oceanic entry point is. I believe it is. Oh no, it's actually the termination of our SID. So we're flying the BAVM 6 Papa, terminating at the cabin transition. Cabin's the FIR boundary point between New Zealand, New Zealand's FIR, and Auckland Oceanic. Now, if it was normal Oceanic airspace on the Tango Airways that we fly to Europe, get your Oceanic clearance at least 40 minutes before entering, which in this case you probably get your Oceanic clearance on the ground maybe, or after you're airborne. You get your assigned flight level, Mach number if there's a lot of traffic, and then you know there's no radar in the ocean, so they're reliant on you doing position reports. If there's no it's ADSB, you know, position reports you can do now, but we only have HF.
Second 2 Hotel Bravo, monitor tower now 118.
Tower on 118.4 mile back at 2 Hotel Bravo. Bye. And then when you enter Oceanic airspace, squawk 2000, 10 minutes afterwards. That's it, pretty much. The A310 will probably be out for across the pond, more suited for long haul. Oh, we'll try that one, Astrodune. Looks like they let Concorde go. Oh, yeah, there's no Concorde there anymore. And they said monitor tower, so I won't check in. So we'll confirm what the delay is, and then yeah, I might shut the engines down. We'll see. Just make sure we get the APU started before you do that. Ben Matthews, hi Cap, hope you're well. Very well, buddy, hope you're well too. Meant to ask for how do you gauge the power needed when established on the ILS? You always seem to know what's required before being established going by weight. Well, I don't, Ben, because it's been like for 10 years. But yeah, once established on the ILS, flap 30, 60 tons, which is a typical landing weight with 160 plus passengers and a normal amount of fuel. That reference we use is just 57% N1 for 60 tons, or 62% for flat 40. And for around every ton less than that, I just take off approximately 1% N1. Works really well. When you're empty, it can be as low as 50% N1. But what you very quickly feel or find what thrust is required. All of those percentage N1 figures and attitudes are available in the manual as well, in the airspeed unreliable checklist. So in a situation where we have no reliable airspeed, they'll give you attitudes and thrust settings to fly to maintain a particular airspeed, and they're phenomenally accurate. It's the same for any aircraft, be it a Cessna or a 737. If you set your attitude, you set your power setting, you get the performance from the aircraft. I remember demonstrating at the sim as an instructor, because I also remember when I was doing my PPL as well, they used to put a post-it note on the airspeed indicator. He said, set that pitch, set that power, and I'll tell you you're doing this speed within a knot, and it works really well. And the 737, it was pretty much the same. Set the attitude and thrust in the manual, based off your gross weights, and the airspeed was usually within 5 knots, whatever the table said. Incredible, really. Thanks for subscribing, Doug and Johnson, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Hudson. I'm just going to confirm with Tower how long we can expect for delay. Christchurch Tower, hello, it's Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. We're number 4 in the queue. Do you know how long we can expect delay for departure?
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, it'll probably be about 5 to 10 minutes after the first aircraft departs, which will be in about 10 minutes time.
Let's copy it out back into Hotel Bravo. We're going to shut the engines down, guys, okay? So the other aircraft's going to be 5-10 minutes, and then as soon as he gets his line-up clearance, we'll start the engines. So what we'll do in this situation is get the APU started. If it goes on a little bit more, then
50,
we'll give it 15-20 minutes. If it looks like we're not going to get airborne,
10.
we'll sort of contemplate going on flight, but I don't want to. So let's get the APU started. Thank you, Pilot 20.
I started my ATPL course a month ago. I have no life after flight school. Do you choose what type of aircraft you want to fly, or I should be happy with any?
Thank you very much, Pilot 20, for your donation. Very kind. Best of luck with the rest of your ATPL course. You currently have no life. welcome to flight training. That's goodbye to your life, especially during the ground school initial phases for the next 6 months. Yes, you're going to be very lucky to be able to choose what aircraft you want to fly. I don't know where you are in the world, America or Europe, whatever that is. I'll put it this way, when I finished, I would have happily flown anything with an engine and wings and getting paid for it. So, especially in this time in the industry as well. So, as much as I'm sure you'd like to particularly fly a type of aircraft, I'm afraid you'd be very, very lucky to have that choice. But take whatever opportunities come your way. Important thing to remember, Pilot 20. You need to get your foot on the ladder. As soon as your foot's on there, building hours and experience is what's important. Right, so APU started. It should go on the bus automatically, so what we'll do is shut down the engines. And the thing is, it takes a very long time for the engines to stall upon this, so we've got to be quite careful with this. And we'll also turn the APU bleed on, so we've got pressurization, and then we just sort of work backwards. What you should have probably done is put the flaps up as well and reconfigured the aircraft, but never mind. But yeah, you sort of taxi out with the aircraft not configured. It'd be very rarely for you to know that you're not going to have a delay and then be told you'd have a delay, unless someone had wiped out the runway or had an incident or a gear collapse or something. So yeah, in hindsight, I should have put the flaps up and reconfigured prior to departure. In fact, I should be able to still put the flaps up. Actually, no, I need electric hydraulic power for that. Let's put. Where's the electric? Oh dear. Well, what I'm going to do is just. Oh no, they are going up. I'll just double check the RM thing. They are. So yeah, we did everything there. Engine wing anti-ice off. We're now on the APU power. Sat here, but saving fuel, importantly. Okay, so we'll just wait for them to get the next aircraft take off. We'd also advise ATC, in reality, can we shut the engines down? It'd be very unlikely you'd be able to shut engines down here on a taxiway. You'd want to be on a remote part, because all of a sudden, let's imagine the runway was closed due to a gear collapse, they might want you to move quickly, so it'd be unlikely that you'd need to shut your engines down. Now, why have I lost all of the hopefully that will power play as it was, 250016. There might be some other strange goings-ons with the A300s when you shut the engines down. I might forget some things. We'll have to see what happens now. Ben, do you need to confirm with ATC that you shut down if there was in real life? Yeah, I'm trying to think when I last did it. No, they knew in hindsight, they knew that we were shutting the engines down, because it's quite a common practice in my old base for first wave departures, especially if you had a slot. Sometimes you get 2-hour slots, so they had a particular part of the airport where they said, yeah, taxi here, shut the engines down, and then when you shut the engines down, if you're in a remote part of the airfield, there's nothing around, you don't need anyone outside to start the engines again. You can just, there's no chocks in place or anything like that, so you just report, ready for engine start on remote apron, Bravo or whatever, and they'll just say, yeah, that's approved. Connie, why would they want to move if the runway shuts down to gear collapse? Well, you're sat there, emergency services, access, could be an issue, especially if your engine's running as well, so you can't sit there forever. So imagine this aircraft, there's 10 aircraft there, each holding 200 people. You can't stay there for 4 or 5 hours. They'll need to get you back to the apron, so they might close half the runway, get you to enter the runway and exit via another taxiway. Russell, are you on real time? Yes, we are. Local time here in Auckland. What is it? Not Auckland, Wellington. Oh my goodness me! Get your custom map emojis out. Current time in Christchurch is 7:37 in the morning. Jacob, I'm guessing the pilot or cabin crew would tell the passengers why you've shut the engines down on the taxiway. We'd tell them beforehand. We'd say, look, unfortunately we've got a 2-hour delay for our departure due to a slot, but due to airport capacity, we're going to be starting the engines, taxiing to a remote part of the airport, shutting the engines down again. Pull the APU, so you have access to air-conditioned air. You can use your phones as well whilst we're stationary. So, yeah, I'd say it's common, especially at the moment. It's not common because there's hardly any slots. But yeah, I've probably done it a dozen times, I'd say. So I saw a lot of people asking questions about what's going on. So if you've just joined the stream, welcome on board. We are an hour in. A few technical difficulties with the sim at the start, but we're all got set up ready to go. We missed our slot, that caused any issues, but we taxied out and then we were advised due to capacity issues there'll be no departures for 30 minutes. To save fuel, we've sort of simulated taxiing to a remote part of the airfield, shutting the engines down to save fuel. So that's what we've done. We're just waiting for the first aircraft to get its takeoff clearance. As soon as that's the case, we'll get the engines restarted. Astrogy, what's the most delayed you've been? Most delayed? 4, 5 hours. When it gets beyond 3, the airlines are liable to huge payments back to passengers if it's delayed beyond that amount of time, even if it's outside their control. So we do try and keep delays below a certain time. Now, if the delay is beyond sort of 3 or 4 hours, we'll look at not keeping you in the aircraft. So if we're still at the air bridge or on stand, we'll look at getting you disembarked so you can wait in the terminal, because in the terminal at least you can walk about, stretch your legs, get a drink. That's probably happened on a couple of occasions, and that's usually due to a technical problem or an issue which makes the aircraft unable to dispatch, because slots can last 3 or 4 hours, but they can come back quite quickly. So you might have a slot for 3 hours, but then next minute they've either improved the slot, or it can actually be cancelled at short notice as well. So if you have a slot, we'd usually keep you in the aircraft. But I've had it once before where I've been down route when I was still in FO, and we had a bird strike, and the bird strike caused a small indentation on the leading edge of the wing, and that's damage. We can't have any dents there, so that has to be either repaired by an engineer, or has to be at least observed by an engineer. We take pictures of it. Someone far more qualified to make an operational decision whether it's acceptable or not. But generally, any dents or damage to the wing, that's a no-go. So yeah, we were stuck down in the Canary Islands for, I think, 3 hours. We used discretion to get back. Bob Dylan, do airlines require pilots to explain go-arounds? Yes, my operator has a absolute no blame policy on go-arounds. So if you have to go around, they'll obviously want to know about it. You have to always file a report for go-around, but there is a zero blame policy. So if you were unstable, if you made an error and you were unstable, and you went around because of that, you'll have literally nothing said from the company. They'll actually give you a pat on the back. They'll be like, "Good job, guys. Thanks for not landing." So yeah, obviously, if you did that every day, you'd probably get sore questioning. But it's unusual for that to happen. So no blame policy for all go-arounds, and we make a PA for all go-arounds as well. So once the after takeoff checklist is complete, we firstly talk to the cabin crew, and then we do a PA just to explain why we went around. Domino Mosini, you're having to hold over Fonlo. That sounds exciting. The sun's coming up in Auckland right now. Can you actually see it, guys? It's getting a little bit brighter. On the New Zealand Flying Doctor Service, it is getting a little bit brighter. You can see the low visibility here. Icefire, speed tape it. Moen, you're all holding in the cruise level. My days. I'm so gutted I'm not with some of you guys. Like, I know a lot of people got their slots around me, and it had to happen. Like, technical issues happen. They always seem to happen on the sort of biggish streams or the big events and stuff. I mean, the members would have seen me. I did stream to the members this morning on Discord, the test sector. I was like, great, test sector was flawless, aircraft worked fine, sim worked fine, shut the PC down, I'll just turn it on 30 minutes before the stream, turn it on, start it up, and then problems from absolutely nowhere. I just hate it when that happens, but it does happen. Connie, is it early morning or night? Early morning. Local time here in Christchurch, it's 7:42 local time, 07:42 local time. But remember, it's the winter here in New Zealand and Australia, so I think their shortest day is the end of June, in a few days' time. Mo, and these things do happen, though. I know, but I like the group flights or when there's a lot of you to go flawlessly. Well, I like every stream to go flawlessly. Anyway, should we do the cabin tour whilst we're still waiting here? So we would have done a PA, something along the lines of trying to do this as realistically as possible. We would plan this. We wouldn't know that this was happening, but it was something like, ladies and gentlemen, for the flight head captain speaking, just holding short of the runway there. Unfortunately, due to route capacity issues, we were advised there's a delay for departure. We've had to shut the engines down. This helps us save fuel, and we'll hopefully get the engines restarted in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll get you on your way as soon as possible. And as soon as I have more information about our ETA, I'll come back to you with more information. Thank you very much for your patience. So there you go. A bit of information for you. Based off our airborne time of 1902 Zulu, which was 40 minutes ago we were due airborne, we should be landing at 2212 Zulu, so it's 2300. It's going to be probably past midnight when we land now. Oh, it's a good job I've got my, had a good dinner and a Coke nearby. Liam, are you allowed to say ladies and gentlemen still? We do still say that, yes. Ben, what's the delay for? Busy event, yeah. Just got to the whole point. They said there's no departures for 30 minutes. I don't think Hobart was perhaps great choice for the event, but maybe they should have limited the amount of aircraft that can go there. They didn't really think through, because they knew the amount of aircraft going in there. They're all booked slots. There's no one here that hasn't booked a slot. And well, I'm just having a look here at the Hobart map. They've only got 29 arrivals into Hobart, and they've stopped all departures. I mean, we've done group flights of 80 aircraft, and we've managed to deal with it. But yes, Hobart has a much smaller capacity for departure here. But there's a huge gap now. You can look on the VATSIM map where all the aircraft is. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Ed2, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, going to be walking through the cabin with my cell phone, streaming the sorry state of yours, sitting here on the taxiway. Unbelievable. Brandon, if you lose an engine on final, would you go around in order to run checklist restarts?
New Zealand 218, your time is now come. Runway 02 cleared for a cough. The wind's 320 degrees, 3 knots, and want bomb contact approach 126.1.
Hopefully his engines are running. Yeah, so we try and land. We try and continue to land with an engine failure on final, because if you're it depends where you are. If you're on a 12-mile final, probably best break off and complete the checklist. If you're on a 4-mile final, fully configured to land in VMC, you want to continue to land. And I did a tutorial on that quite recently. So yeah, it depends on where you are, what the situation is, those different variables. Right, starting engine number 2. We'll complete the full checklist again once the engine's started. So I'm just actually reading this checklist again for the Pratt Whitneys. At max motoring. Maybe you have to wait until max motoring, because it does say on the checklist at max motoring, and then there's a thing on the checklist that says N2 greater than 15%. So I reckon you might actually have to wait until the N2 stops accelerating before you add fuel. Usually it says 15% max motoring, because it is taking a long time for the fuel to ignite. See, the EGT is still warm from the previous engine start. That's cool. 36 degrees. Yeah, I think we'll wait a little bit longer.
Charlie Zulu Whiskey runway 02 line up and wait.
Uh-oh, let's go! Taxi forward on one engine, but again, we'd never do that in my operator. We wait until both engines started and the before taxi flow was complete. Oh, what? There's no one behind. I don't think they've allowed anyone else to push back. Visibility's dropped off a lot here. Is the IDG coming online? X Daniel X X2121, would you fly the MD-80? We've done a number of streams in the Mad Dog. We'll make an appearance again in the not too distant future. Let's try number 1. Probably a bit early, but looks like it's stabilised. Another thing we would have done is turn off the taxi lights as well. So again, I'm just going to wait until sort of max motoring again. So you can see, look, does it reset the fuel used automatically after you've shut the engines down? How much fuel did we decide to leave with? Oh, blimey, we've burnt a lot of fuel. Did we say we took 5 tonnes on top of this? So we left with 27.1, so you can see we've already burnt a ton of fuel. Wow. It's a good job we shut the engines down, that's for sure. We've already burned nearly a ton of fuel.
On frequency 126.1.
Would you clear for takeoff runway 02 after departure 126.1, Vic Papa, Charlie to the whiskey, thanks, bye-bye.
Alaska 8904 behind the departing
Hopefully by the time he's taken off, we'll be all ready to go.
Runway 02 behind.
Land from weight room 02 behind the departing Boeing 737.
Excellent. That looks good to me. So, ignition off.
50, 40,
AP bleed.
30, 20, 10.
Lozzie Windsor. Thanks for the £3.
We've been sat here on the ground for so long I've emptied the drunk scrolly. I am the time I have had a bit mocked a drunk. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Lozzie Windsor. He's just donated £3 and now says, we've been sat here on the grand for so long, I've emptied the drunk's trolley. I may have been botched drunk, sorry. Unbelievable. Right, thank you very much, Your Majesty. Happy birthday as well. Happy birthday, Lozzie, as well. No wonder you had a tipple. Right, all configured, config check. There we are. No takeoff config warning. And we're all pretty much ready to go again. So we'll carry on with the taxi out checklist before takeoff checklist, which we never completed before. So, taxi clearance obtained, lights configured, brakes checked, flight controls. Elevator, ailerons, and rudder. Unfortunately, that's linked to the tiller, so you can see. I have to sort of allow myself to taxi as well, but that all seems good. So flight controls have been checked. Speed brakes armed. Auto brake to max. Transponder set. Weather radar will turn on now. So make sure we're taxiing the straight line. Tilts upwards, should be at about 5 degrees, that's fine for now. And we can now do the before takeoff checklist. I'm going to do my own operator's SOPs here to get the aircraft, double check and make sure it's configured for departure. So config we checked, flaps we have 0, 15, and stab trim set for departure 0.9 units down set. Takeoff briefing, packs all configured, auto.
904, the surface wind
3 are on.
0 degrees, 3 knots, runway 02.
Speed set for departure, 162, 165.
Frequency 126.1.
167 set, 250 knots. There's then our next speeds.
Contact approach on 126.100 Alpha 894.
Alpha 2 Hotel Bravo, Tango Parking Company, Boeing 737, line up and wait runway 02 behind.
Behind departing traffic, line up and wait, runway 02 behind, Alpha 2 Hotel Bravo. Just going to brief the SID then. The SID is the Bavin 6 Papa via cabin. Going to climb straight ahead to Ringcoat, left turn Bavin, stop climb flight level 250, set on the MCP. We'll follow NADP2 departure. Any problems will climb straight ahead to CMSA in that sector. So look here. We'll make a right turn over the sea. Anyway, we've been cleared to line up and wait. He's taken off. And we'll make sure we're clear left. And he's rolling clear right. And now let's do before takeoff checklist below the line. So, nav profile. I think lights on. Strobe lights on. So MCP set transponder. TRA strobe lights are on and just waiting for our takeoff clearance. Oh yeah, engine and wing anti-lock.
Christchurch Tower, New Zealand, today approaching offset.
Oh, APU's still on. Well spotted. Well spotted. So I'm sort of in an unfamiliar aircraft here. That's my excuse. But well spotted. Just testing you, of course. Just waiting for a takeoff clearance. Kieran, you can probably turn the APU off now. So please, I'm just testing you. I was just testing you. Have I forgotten anything else? Please let me know.
Hotel Bravo, runway 02, the wind 32.3 knots, cleared for takeoff. 17 contact, approach 126.1.
Clear takeoff from runway 12, 17, 126.1, Alpaca 2, Hotel Bravo. Bye. Right, anyway, I think we're all configured, ready to go. No one's screaming anything else I forgot in chat. Right, shall we finally go? Thanks all for your delay. 1 hour, 20 minutes. Whew, that's busy. Right, timer. Remembered it today. Parking brake released. About 40%, that'll do. Engines look all stabilised. There's that click spot, push toga, set takeoff thrust. Engines a bit slow to spool up, but they do get going, and once they are, it sounds phenomenal. Let's go. That's nice. Looking for EPR 1.486. Takeoff thrust set indications door. 80 knots checked to release the forward pressure. V1 rotates. And we're airborne. Whilst we're climb gear up, because it's a proper airplane, you have to now trim it onto the flight directors. Just going to follow the flight directors initially, and then I'll do my little fly past view. Well, there's not much point actually, because we're in cloud. Anti-ice can come off. So the aircraft should accelerate. There we are. So, and climb thrust engaged. It's already different to the Beluga. It's got a profile mode. Once we're at the S speed, we can select slats up. So slats up. That coming on top of cloud.
169, runway 0.
It'll fly past, I think. Ah, coming out the cloud, look. Oh, look at that. That's sweet. That was perfect timing. Right, let's just contact departures. And we'll go from there. Christchurch approach. Good morning, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. We are on the VATSIM 6 Papa cabin transition, passing 3,600, flight level 250.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Christchurch. I want to identify truck clubs with climb flight level 250.
Flight level 250, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Perfect. So, flaps are up. Have to take off checklist then, and this aircraft spoilers.
Alpaca Christian Victor. So Victor Papa Charlie Zulu Whiskey, Christchurch, contact Christchurch, control 129
Chance can come off. And I'll leave those ones on. Turn off.
Christchurch, control 129.3.
Nose off. Ignition off.
Right.
Are required for departure. Packs on if they were off. Packs off departure. APU's already off. And that's it. I have to take off checklist off the gear. Boop, complete. And we'll set standard at the transition level. Nice departure. John Padford, you're a real streamer. It was good. It was all good. Shot that one slightly. Next point, and really, we'll do the pre-cruise checks, and then at waypoint, cabin will get transferred. I don't think you get your oceanic clearance per se on Australian frequencies. You just do position airport. I think it's been such a long time since I've flown on sort of VATSIM around this neck of the woods here, so we'll double check what happens. To be fair, we're running. What was our airborne time? We due out at 1902. That was our slot, and it's now 1958. Honestly,
Arrival, hello.
56-minute departure in the summer in normal times is rare. It feels like a workroom.
Swiss 169 Christchurch, hello. Identify track file the third climb file level 250.
Continue on the files.
So passing 10,000 for flight level 250. Pre-cruise checks. We're now accelerating to 310 knots. So altimeter's set to standard, approaching transition level. So 1013 set. Running lights we can now retract. And the rest is all fine. We left the passengers out already. They can actually get back in now. No, I'm joking. We'll leave them off. There we are. Pre-cruise checks complete. Check the pressurisation. Actually, let's do now my own operator's one. So fuel, 24.8 tonnes on board. This, remember, is the total fuel we've actually burnt. That seems to reset when the engines are off. But lights are all off. APU's off. Pressurisation. Oops. Is climbing. Seems to be around 4 psi. Climbing around 300 feet per minute, and cabin altitude is around 1,000 feet, and that's set. And recall, which is here, checks complete. There we are, on our way. Victor Papa Charlie. Moen, you got a 1 hour holding delay. No wonder they staggered the departures. There was no departures for 30 minutes. I can see there's like I think we're just a last lot leaving. I'm looking back on the ground here. There's another 3 to depart. And there's a huge gap between these departures. But yeah, look at them all coming in there. Wow. An hour holding? How can there be an hour holding? I'm looking now. How many aircraft are actually airborne and inbound to Hobart? There's 28 filed. How can they be doing holding already? I'm literally looking on the VATSIM map and counting the amount of inbounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Alpaca 894, contact Christchurch control 129.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's only 21 aircraft inbound to Hobart on a 2 hour 45-minute flight.
Alpaca 894,
How
Christchurch.
can they be holding for an hour? What's going on? What's happened? Louis, what's your cruise level, Captain?
Go ahead.
Flight level 320.
Alpaca 894, contact Christchurch control 129.3, good day. 129.3, bye-bye.
That's really strange. You've got an hour holding. Am I reading that right, Moan? An hour holding for Hobart? What's going on there? Anyway, nice sunrise. John, who needs seatbelt signs, they'll only stand up for one takeoff and then they'll learn. Yep. Kieran Harvey, in the words of Cookie, because of reasons, must be the COVID restrictions at Hobart Terminal. They have got a bit of an influx today, to be fair. Hi Daniel Meyer, good day to you. Louis, I wonder if you can check the vertical climb performance in the A300. Sometimes it mysteriously picks up after 24,000 feet. Well, let's have a look then. We're maintaining around, what's that, 2,500 at the moment? It shouldn't be picking up, it should be getting less. So I'm not heard about that. Darwin O'Cena, 1 hour holding. Anthony's still holding a Palmer. Yes, that was probably the worst experience we've had. But that's unusual, the delay there.
Christchurch, approach New Zealand 4328, Bavim 6 Papa, the departure, passing 5,000 feet.
Is Hobart the new partner? Maybe it's
4328 Christchurch, hello, identify track 5, you can climb flight level 25.
Flight flight level 250, New Zealand 432.
It is early in the morning.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, contact Christchurch Control 129.3, good day.
129.3, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, good morning. I like the way they say decimal. Decimal. Perfect. Christchurch Centre, good day. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, climbing flight level 250 inbound to Abaxo.
I recognise that voice. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Christchurch, hello. You can very much climb flight level 320.
Climb flight level 320, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, hello. I don't know who that is, but hello to him. Lars, I got quoted.
Sorry, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, just for my knowledge, were you on Alpaca 8 November Zulu in a 737 who nearly caused the collision at Queenstown?
Well, I did nearly taxi into someone at some point. Was that today?
Thought that was you, hello.
Oh yeah, I remember now, yes, aircraft was crossing ahead. That was a year ago to the day, I think.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so I did a stream.
Welcome back to us, guys.
Thank you. A stream exactly to a year ago today. So on the 12th of June last year, I did a stream in New Zealand, and it must have been the same control. And I just about remember in Queensland, there's a crossing runway, and we landed, and there was a bit of confusion, I think, about when I could taxi across this runway. I thought he went today, but no. I got the clearance to cross, and then it was cancelled, and then it wasn't, and then it was like, oh, I had to stop all over the place. I'll try and find... Well, guys, look in my YouTube videos, look exactly to a year ago today, or type in Flight Exim New Zealand stream, I'm sure you'll find it, and have a look there. New Zealand never forgets, says Icefire. Someone has a long memory. I know. I mean, I could just about remember it. Good boy, Jack. Okay.
Citation. Sorry, Bravo Uniform Zulu, sorry, you're on the ground at Queenstown, aren't you? 05. Report airborne, clear to take off. Clear to take off, report airborne, Bravo Uniform Zulu.
Only bed, get up. Cool. Well, sort of seems to be dropping off, not improving, so maybe they've fixed that. Jack. Go get Mummy. Where's Mummy? Go get Mummy. Good boy. And here he's tail whacking on the desk. Yeah. Anyway, let's do a little fuel check here. Now, remember we would have burned... You know, use a little bit of an extra amount of fuel on the ground. We'd take a lot extra, but here at Abaxo, it's going to be all a little bit crooked, these figures, because remember the fuel used resets after we shut the engines down. But what's important is what's in the tanks, not what burns. So, Abaxo 19.3, we got 24 tons. So instead of getting 5 tons extra. What's it going to be? So 19.3.
You can climb flight level 300.
About 4.5 tons extra. So yeah, we burn around an extra 600 kilos. Fuel used, it says 2.3, but it says 2.8. But obviously we burn, I think, a ton on the ground. So we're probably about 400 or 500
Bravo
kilos
Uniform
now.
Zulu, passing 3.8 for flight level 410. Bravo Uniform Zulu, thank you very much.
Daniel Moyer, flight deck sim is the Airbus A300 free. No, it's not. It's from a company called iniBuilds. It's currently on sale, I think. I got an email saying it was on sale this morning. I'm just double checking for you. Very reasonably priced because it is...
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, just so we don't have a repeat of the last incident. What's your Mach speed?
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo in the cruise will be cruising at decimal 77.
Currently, sir.
Currently 77 now. Alpaca 2 Hotel
Bravo. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, maintain no greater than decimal 70.
No greater than decimal 70. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Oh my goodness me, that's slow. Ugh. They're really having capacity issues at Hobart. Now, how do we update our cruise speed in here? I can only do it for waypoints. I mean, I can always open the speed window manually, which I can do now. So if I pull this, I just want to make sure that's not too slow, because that might put us quite close to our minimum manoeuvre speed. Now, obviously now I've bugged a new speed, so you'll notice with climb thrust, the aircraft's rate of climb will increase. That's not...
Hotel Bravo, if that's too slow, sir, just let me know.
We'll see what we can do for you. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. You'll notice now we're trading our kinetic energy to potential energy, so we're using that excess speed to increase our rate of climb. So that's going to get us straight up to 320 really quickly. It should be okay. So now we're sort of push our rate of climb here. Why is the verticals? Oh, it's already gone to out hold. That's why. So it's already got into sort of the out quiet mode because our rate of climb is so fast.
Bravo, sorry, was that too slow for you, sir?
Should be okay, but we'd like as high a speed as possible. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo.
Okay, yeah, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. In that case, come to previous speed restrictions. Turn right, heading 270.
Right, heading 270. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. I'd rather. Depends how many extra track miles we get, but that's. Oh, hold on. 270. So we'll accelerate back up to decimal 77 because we're free speed. If he gives us a track off the route and we can have free speed, great. But obviously, if he gives us a wild, crazy routing, not so great. So usually on Oceanic Airways, they'll. Well, I think he's just increasing the separation. You know, I'd rather just stay in the queue and just do the speed limit, unless I can overtake people.
He's in a 218 contact.
Hello, this flight model is wrong. Why are you saying that, Louis? You know what I was just explaining? How I was trading the excess airspeed into a slower speed. That's why the rate of climb increased. It feels good. I've flown 300, but performance is what I'd expect. Anyway, you were climbing at 2,000 feet per minute past 28,000 feet after reducing speed. The flight model is broken. How did you get to that conclusion, Louis?
Control calling.
So reducing speed, you're trading, you know, your excess speed into you know, more energy by increasing your rate of climb. In the 737, if you reduce your climb, your climb for a set, if you reduce your speed in the climb, yeah, you can climb at 4, 5, 6,000 feet per minute in the 737 above 30,000 feet. Not ideal because you can get yourself into a low speed situation, but that's how it works. Seems okay to me. And the rate of climb seemed to be decreasing as we climbed. At 2 tons of love, Alpaca GT Laguna Seca race complete. Results of Discord podium was 1 Nairo, 2 Rubin, 3 Edo. There is the usual suspect. Where did he come? Was he not taking part? Sus. Message here. No displayed nav aid. So we're probably going over this. Well, no, we're still over land here. I haven't got any ortho tiles because, well, the original takeoff time it was still dark, so I didn't bother downloading them. But, you can see the can't be too far away from Mount Doom. Hello, if you got to higher vertical speed before you reduced the horizontal speed, which is the problem. Yes, but did it happen? I don't think that was happening. Didn't you say above 24,000 feet that was happening? It looked like it was pretty much reducing its rate of climb as we climbed. I did hear there were some issues on earlier models, but I know there's been a few updates for the A300 since I've flown it. Seems good here.
And Switch 169, are you able to accept flight level 340 due traffic?
I mean, I can go higher. Look, there's traffic just behind us at 2,500 feet. How do I increase the range on the TCAS display unit? Does anyone know?
Okay, Swiss 169, climb now, flight level 340. Climb flight level 340, Swiss 169.
This is going to be an interesting flight, guys. It'll be interesting to see what happens later. Hamza, when is X-Plane 12 going to launch? Who knows?
Singapore 298, Christchurch.
There were some exciting updates to lighting effects I noticed X-Plane. Laminar Research posted about, which looks exciting.
Singapore 298, Christchurch.
Oh. Anyway, our Oceanic entry point is Cabin, just here 80 miles ahead. So when we check in with Where's the Oceanic sector again? Just looking on the map. Auckland Oceanic. We'll give them a position report straight away. Alan, what headset are you using? Is it good quality? Would you recommend it? I am using the Steel Series Arcticus
Alpha
5.
Hotel Bravo, turn left heading 240.
Left heading 240 degrees. I'm back to Hotel Bravo. Very good headset. I bought this headset when I started streaming, so just over 2 years ago. And very good sound quality for me. The mic is one of the best headset boom mics. It won an award back in whatever year this headset was made, probably 4 or 5 years ago. So based off the reviews I bought it.
Give me your best practical speed. I've got an aircraft behind you speeding up at you.
And very pleased with it. So. Who's ahead of me? Is that someone ahead of me going slow? So looking here on the map.
We could do about Mach decimal 7-8.
No.
Copy, so just whatever you can do. Okay, we'll code New Zealand for the tone.
You can go faster, you can do it. Yeah, I'm off the beaten track
Charlie
here.
Zulu, Whiskey, overhead cabin, monitor approaching contact, Auckland at radio 129.0.
We could probably go a bit higher if that causes
Michelle,
less
overhead
issues.
cabin 129.0, Victor Zulu Whiskey, bye-bye.
How do you find your optimal cruise level again? Or the page where all that information is? It's on it in it B, but you can't access that page in flight, can you?
New Zealand 218, contact Auckland radio now 129.0.
So I don't mind going to a different level if we can keep the speed up. But I always want to find how higher we can go. Alan Jensen, awesome, on the market for 100% recommend this headset.
Packet 2 Hotel Bravo, seeing as you don't mind going to another level, are you able to climb flight level 360?
Oh, might be a little bit high. I am actually trying to work out how to find the information on this page to find out how high I go. I'll be back with you ASAP. I'm back at 2 Hotel Bravo. 3-3.
Okay, in that case, are you able to go to 300?
We could take non-standard 330 or 300, whatever's easiest for you, out back at 2 Hotel Bravo.
Okay, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, for traffic separation before entering the Oceanic, turn right heading 340. I'm just going to vector you around behind an aircraft which is faster than you currently.
Right 340 degrees, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Where are we going? Getting vectored behind another aircraft. And we could do 300 or 330. If OPT is 330, max would be around 390. Really, Petrich? Oh, I'd happily go up there. How do you find out what the maximum is? Should we take a gamble? Go at 36. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, sorry. I think we're able 360. If that's the case, we just like a more direct routing, of course.
Sorry, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, taking and lost.
Able flight level 360, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, can we climb flight level 360? I'll bring you back around once you've reached that.
Climb flight level 360, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Thanks, Petrich. I hope you're right.
Charlie Zulu Whiskey, contact Auckland radio
Is this
now.
a pull or a push? Yeah, push. Thrust. Right. Maintain decimal 77 and climb. Well, this is an interesting flight. I have not been able to find maximum altitude in the A300 outside of the init page 2. You could probably take flight level 360. May want to set engines to take off. It should manage it in climb. Let's see how it does. We're still, you know, we're way below the maximum takeoff weight, so there should be more than enough performance available. Yeah, new cruise out 360. That's fine. Ah, there we are. Climb back. So it's got. I've got a climb page now. So look, I can go all the way up to 390. Now, how do I get to the climb page? I think it's automatically gone to this page, isn't it? Oh, we can go 3638.
Back at 2 Hotel Bravo, turn right heading 180.
Heading 180 degrees, out back at 2 Hotel Bravo. Oh my days. Whee! Yeah, didn't like that. didn't like that. Doesn't like me rolling past 180 degrees. Now on the 737, I don't know if this is something that's been left out by the devs, but on the 737, if you make a right turn or a left turn over 180 degrees, so long as you keep turning the heading bug, it doesn't start turning in the opposite direction. Sometimes ATC might get you for spacing to do a 270 degree turn. And what you can do, so long as you roll it right or left all the way 200 or beyond 180 degrees, the aircraft will keep turning in the same direction. It looked like, as I approached over 180 degrees, it started turning in the opposite direction, but now we can go to 180. Right, so nice little aerial tool here. This is really going to hurt the fuel burn.
201, Christchurch hello, transfer level 380.
Yeah, I don't know.
30 Silvaris 201.
I mean, we did a group flight into Innsbruck with no ATC, and there was 20 of us. We managed that. We're having a big problem today. Anyway, slightly longer stream for you. We're now heading in the wrong direction. We're heading back to New Zealand. Louis, now you're at Mach decimal 77, climbing past 2,000 feet per minute from 350 to 360. That is completely normal, Louis. That is completely normal performance at this gross weight. I mean, a 737, we could probably carry another 50 tons here of weight below our max takeoff weight here. I know you've probably seen issues with the aircraft, but the performance here, I've not flown the A300, so I can't say absolutely surely that it's correct, but it's comparable to this. The performance of the aircraft is what I'd expect. You know, as we climb, we're maintaining a fixed Mach number, so our indicated airspeed decreases as we climb.
Could I just get 5 minutes away from the cockpit, please?
So it's no problem.
Alpaca 894, okay, just before you do, contact Auckland Radio 129.0. 129.0, Alpaca 894, bye-bye.
Pictures, the climb page only shows up when you're climbing. If you press the button leveled off, it shows you the cruise page, which doesn't show max flight level. Yeah, let's have a look now. So, well, I have it now, interestingly. I wonder what page this is actually referencing, and if I go off it, I bet, can we actually find it again? I wouldn't know. I don't know, now we've gone off it, if you can actually reference. See, now on that page you have cruise, and I don't think you can actually go to climb page or where the information
Bravo,
is
Uniform Zulu, level
to find
410,
your
request a couple minutes
climb information or your maximum cruise level.
Approved as requested, report back.
We'll go.
The ZZ bearings is good to return to manage speed.
speed.
At the moment, we will fly with our sign speed of Mach decimal 77. Was that a sign or did he say free speed? No, I can't remember. We'll just leave it for now. Right, let's have a look at our estimated fuel.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, just a quick query. Are you getting any turbulence or wind shear at your level?
Smooth here, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo.
Copy.
Louis, from flight level 330 to 360, you're almost at 3,000 feet per minute, which doesn't make any sense. Makes perfect sense, Louis. We are not heavy today. We're 140 tons. The maximum takeoff weight of this aircraft is 170 tons. Again, an empty 737, I ferried an empty 737, we got up to 41,000 feet in 12 minutes. Okay, performance, if it's empty enough, 3,000 feet per minute at high altitudes is possible. It is possible. Is it perhaps perfect? I don't know. I think you're adamant there's a problem. I don't think the problem is as big as you think it is. It's not going to be exactly the same, but I'm pretty satisfied that with our gross weight and the engines being extremely overpowered on this aircraft, this performance is comparable to what the A300 would be at this weight in the real aircraft there. I am free speed, so in that case we're going to manage, so that's a push being an Airbus, isn't it? Or profile maybe, there we are. A little bit faster.
Come back to Hotel Bravo, turn right heading 260.
Right heading 260 degrees, I'm going to Hotel Bravo. Yeah, it'd be interesting to, you know, I'm not going to criticise any ATC event organisers or anything like that, but yeah, the amount of aircraft going into Hobart and the sort of delays we're getting here, like delays and climbs and holds, and how many arrivals they've got less than, they've got 20, we've got 24 airborne arrivals into Hobart, only 24 aircraft inbound, crazy. Captain Icelander, why are we flying south? Well, I wish we'd just flown at decimal 70 instead of flying south in the wrong direction now.
Bravo Uniform Zulu, back on line.
This takes a lot more time.
Bravo Uniform
It doesn't make sense. So I wanted to fly the same speed, Mach decimal 77, just to say we could keep progress going. But flying in the wrong direction, it kind of does everything. So yeah, I should have just said yeah, decimal 70 is fine, and we'd be another 80, 90 miles further west than we currently are. But anyway, I don't make these decisions.
New Zealand 4328. Overhead cabin contact talkative radio 129 is
And now I have an aircraft very close to me, only 300 feet above.
129.0 New Zealand 432.
Oh, I can't even find me. There we are. Where's that other aircraft? That's concerning. 6 mile range and he's pretty much right on top of me. Nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to look on the VATSIM map. Ben, the controller has a plan, don't worry. Excellent. Excellent, that's what I like to hear. Domino Mosina, 24 aircraft times 15 minutes between each equals 6 hours between the first and last plane. 15 minutes? Why do they need 15 minute separation? That's crazy. Or is that what they were just departing at there?
Good morning, this is New Zealand 154, climbing through flight level 220 for flight level 350.
New Zealand 154, climb flight level 340.
Yes, I think I've had a look at the VATSIM map as Ed was just saying I can't see anyone, maybe that's just a bit delayed, but I don't know how to increase the range on that. Moen, I'm so confused, didn't realise when radio says adjust speed to leave the hold at this time, they actually mean to leave at that time, they don't tell you to actually leave. That's unusual clearance. I mean, again, maybe different in Australia, but you give an estimated times to which to leave the hold, but you are explicitly cleared, holding cancelled, you know, in Europe. You're not, they don't actually say, yeah, leave at this time. That's an unusual one. Anyway, we're approaching the Oceanic entry point, airborne now for 31 minutes. Keep an eye out on the fuel burn as well, because that is going to cost us a lot of extra fuel. Flying in the wrong direction. Extra fuel. Ah, Lauren! Welcome! Welcome as a member. Been very active on the channel, past few, well, months I should say, and I'm so happy that you've been considering becoming a member, now become a member. I hope you enjoy your time here, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. And of course, like everyone else, you'll get invited to our members only Discord, and I'm sure you'll be very much made welcome from the other members, and feel free to join in on the voice chats and the activity as well. Thank you very much for the support, and next group flight hopefully you'll take part in. Welcome. Lauren, you finally got paid. Well, that's so kind, thank you. And to all the members as well, and everyone that does. Thank you so much for the support, very kind. Thanks for subscribing. Ben, I think that was Ben Marley, I think is a controller coordinating this event, so welcome on board as a subscriber. Thank you very much. James, try putting the TCAS test mode, let it complete, then switch it back on. I found not doing this would give me a load of phantom TCAS targets on Group A306. Thanks, James. Let's give that a whirl.
Adjust vertical speed.
Adjust. Scary.
Climb, 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 crossing, climb.
So usually you get a trapezium
crossing,
or a trapezoid
climb.
shape on the PFD,
Increase, climb.
with the indications of how to manoeuvre.
Climb, climb.
Ben,
now.
are you doing the return
climb,
negative, just the
climb
1 second
now.
stay?
Descend, 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 crossing, descend, descend, crossing, descend. Increase, descent, increase, descent, descend, Descend now. Descend now.
Oh my days.
Maintain vertical speed.
Everything's
Maintain.
against us today. PC problems,
Maintain
start,
vertical speed.
problems with Microsoft,
Crossing.
delays,
Maintain. Monitor
headwinds.
vertical speed. Traffic.
I've got a funny feeling
Clear of conflict.
it's not going to be
TCAS test. Pass.
a smooth flight. Fantastic. That does seem to have cleared the phantom traffic. Excellent. Thanks for subscribing. Died. Welcome aboard, buddy. So we'll stay. We'll have a look around the aircraft, do a cabin tour, talk about the aircraft later on. So we're approaching the Oceanic entry point, and it's a little bit different to Tango Airways, I think, and match crossings. I don't think you need to get a sort of formal Oceanic clearance. You just head to the point there and then just do a position report.
Swiss 169, should we still be on this frequency? Sorry, last station calling, so again call sign only? Swiss 169.
Swiss 169, yeah, you should. I thought I gave you Auckland Radio 129 at decimal zero, but yeah, go to Auckland Radio now 129 at decimal zero. Have a good flight.
Roger, 129 at decimal zero, Swiss 169, thank you.
Just talking to Mariana. Connie, you freaked out for the CCAS. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing to Robbie. And there's someone else coming in as well. Welcome aboard, guys. We should get a change over any second. James, you can
Cockpit to Hotel Bravo, you can approach an overhead cabin, you can monitor Auckland Radio 129 at decimal zero. Thanks for flying, have a good flight.
After cabin, monitor 129, or direct to cabin, and then monitor 129 decimal zero. Back to Hotel Bravo. Thanks off the ATC, sir, and have a good morning. There we are. We're still on the heading, aren't we? Yeah. Nav available, we'll nav engaged in profile mode, like decimal 77, and he said monitor 129 decimal 0. We'll do a position report overhead cabin. So cabin's next waypoint, we're going to be overhead cabin now, which is a time is that 032. Flight level 360.
Auckland, go ahead.
And it's going to be Maddock.
New Zealand 432 is position, cabin at time
How do you find the time?
Flight level
2043.
Maddock at 2040, Elgin next.
And it's going to be after Maddock.
Pretty much same. Copy position cabin 2030.
We've got no speed restriction actually.
Estimating Maddock 2040.
And let's actually, before we do that, we need to do a fuel check here.
Auckland
It's quite
attention
important
guards,
now,
primary
especially as we've been
frequency,
burning a
no
lot of extra
cell
fuel.
call
Fly
showing,
the wrong
maintain
direction.
listening watch, report again at position Maddock. We'll maintain listening and report again at Maddock, New Zealand 432.
Cool. And some radio.
Victor, so the whiskey for precision.
2 tons guest star music in the cruise today due to PC issues. I may have missed it earlier since I was
Victor,
being lapped to the
whiskey, go into
GT race.
position.
Oh, it's practice. No, I haven't got it on at the moment. It's just been working fine. We've got all issues fixed.
2031, flight level 400.
Louis never landed in Hobart. Should be fun. Yeah, me neither.
57, front level next. Zulu Whiskey, copy to Maddock 2031, Elgin 2057. And frontline next, report again in position, Elgin.
So, here's the fuel check at cabin. So, cabin, We're going to be there at 3-4, so in 1 minute. So 2034. We should have been airborne for 30 minutes. We've been airborne now for 38, so an extra 8 minutes flight time. And we'll have burnt all that extra fuel. 17.5 tonnes on board. We have 21.8, so we've really eaten into that 1 hour's extra fuel. 21.8, we should have... what's that, 17.5?
Waypoint,
We're only at 4.3 tonnes, so we burnt an extra, what was it, 5 tonnes? So we've nearly eaten up 800 kilos of fuel. That should be worse than that.
Alpaca 894.
Alpaca 894, thanks. Copy position Maddock 2034.
800 kilos down. That's
Elgin
right.
2057.
Not directly over
Onlo next.
pretty much.
Auckland Temperature Guard primary at this frequency.
So cabin, we have
And maintain
21.6.
listening watch and report again at position
Overhead cabin,
Elgin.
we should have 17.5.
Report again at position Elgin, Alpaca 894.
17.5. So we've got an extra 4 tonnes. Yeah, we've burnt an extra 1 tonne of fuel. We've got 4 tonnes extra. We should have 5, so we've got an extra tonne of fuel. Right, there we are. We'll check in and give a position report now. Let me just get my Navigaph chart, so I'm trying to remember how to do this. And it is Auckland Radio. Auckland Radio, good morning. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Checking in with position report.
The last Alpaca call sign only.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Auckland, go ahead.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, overhead position cabin at time 2034 Zulu. Flight level 360, estimating waypoint Maddock at 20440 and Elgin next.
And Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, just confirm your time over position cabin.
Time overhead position cabin was 2034 Zulu.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, cross position cabin 2034, flight level 360. Estimating Maddock 2044, Elgin next. Auckland accept your guard primary this frequency. No secondary and no cell call showing. Maintain listening watch. Report again at position Maddock.
Output position Maddock and maintain listening watch. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. So we're doing another position report at Maddock, which is not too far in the distance. I mean, he had some hesitation there, so he might be a little bit concerned about separation. Because it's his responsibility to... We haven't been assigned a MAC number, so he'll use those position reports and ETAs to make sure there's sufficient separation between aircraft. No radar environment here, so he's very reliant on that. So we actually are going to be doing our next position report in literally 7 minutes' time at Maddock, so we'll do that again. Cool. So, whilst that's going on, let's do a cabin tour so you can have a look around the Alpaca Airways themed aircraft. We have all our lighting here. You can turn up the cabin lighting, it's very cool. Chicken? I've only just realised this, Moen. I don't know if you're watching. Chicken lighting in op. I just found an Easter egg I never knew about. Genuinely didn't know that was there. Oh dear. Anyway, here's our Alpaca first class area. We have a 2x2x2 configuration here, and you just get to stare at the Alpaca Airways poster for the entire sector. Through the door is the galley. Some more premium seats, 2x2x2, not quite light flat, but nice angle on the recline. Here's our cattle class. We have a 2-4-2 configuration here. Lovely view outside. No, that's the intro music, let's not do that. reports.
Time to
Brandon, they have TV, I know, just like the drop-down TVs, classic. Right, work out the next position report then. So going to be Maddock. Looks like it's going to be around 2044. So flight number 360.
2169, copy Medic
next
2037 Elgin 2101.
That time is going to be at
And
2109.
report again at position Elgin. Thanks for putting
And then it'll be after Elgin, Fonlo.
And Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Auckland.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo.
Just verify your estimate for position Maddock.
Estimated position Maddock 2044 Zulu.
Sorry, 204, which Zulu?
2044 Zulu.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, thanks. That's what I had, but it didn't look right. Thank you.
Oh, okay. 2044. I say that last time. Might have said something different, I can't remember. But yeah, 2044 makes sense. 4 minutes away. We'll still do that position report for him as well. John, they have a lose. Sold on the add-on, absolutely. Matthias, Airbus' first plane, absolutely, yeah. Still flying around. Is it DHL or FedEx? Can't remember which one. They still operate loads of these. But they have them all retrofitted now with modern avionics package.
Still in 4328 to Auckland, gauge your position.
Louis, always reassuring when the controller says doesn't look right. Not exactly. Yes.
Estimating Elgin at 2105, Fonlo next. Chillin 4328, copied Medic 2040, flight level
Pilots are type rated across multiple aircraft.
That's correct. Elgin 2105 and Fonlo next.
Is it typical for operators to have them fly each of them or only one, assuming they operate each plane, of course? Good question, Brandon. Not 100% sure about that one. That's one for pilot Mike. He's actually rated on both the 7.3 and 7.8. I think he only flies the 7.8 now. But I know some airlines do have crew operating two types. Not many. I think in the past it was a lot more common, not so much now. But no, we don't do that here. The Jules even again, what did I miss?
201.
Welcome.
It's been a
Auckland, good morning, go ahead.
more eventful than most streams. Overall, we're on our way. It's been successful. Had issues outside the stream. Multiple issues with Windows, sound issues at the start. Thankfully, prior to me actually starting the stream, that took about 20 minutes to fix. Setup was fine, and then we had to wait 30 minutes for takeoff after pushback.
201.
And then on the climb outs and holding, well, had to do orbits on just off the top of climb just for spacing. But we're on our way now.
Elgin next, Auckland Century Guard primary this frequency. No secondary available. And stand by for cell call check on Delta Juliet.
We don't have cell call. I didn't actually simulate cell call. I didn't actually get a code for the event, so I didn't tune. So wait until he's done his cell call check, and then we'll do our next position reports, which is going to be cabin at 2043, so it's slightly improved. We just say 2044. Then it's going to be Maddox at 2045. Hold on. My position reports up there. Overhead Maddox now. Maddox at time 2044. Flight level 360, and next position is Elgin, and that's going to be at 2110, and then next waypoint's Fonlo. Lauren, no cell call, screechy HF for you, or for Jim. Yeah, Jim's listening, he's monitoring the HF frequency. It's definitely his job. It's actually a very small oceanic sector. I noticed we cross from Auckland Radio to Brisbane's FIR. Still quite far east of Tasmania, so not sure how they actually control it out here. Yeah, I get confused because you see here cabin, that's the previous waypoint. Cabin at 2044. can't be right. Oh no, that's just your present time. I think that's just your previous waypoint. His current time is 2044 Zulu. Yeah, very strange. It's very off-putting because it says cabin, which is our previous waypoint at 2044. James, have you ever flown from Sherburn? I may have incorrectly spelt it, but it's in Yorkshire, I believe. Now, when I went my hour building, can you remind me of the ICAO code so I can look at my logbook? Probably, James. I went to quite a few airfields during my hour building in the UK.
New Zealand 154, Auckland Radio, good morning. Go ahead, your position report.
Oops, radar tilt should be a little bit lower.
Oh, say again, please, for New Zealand 154.
New Zealand 154, go ahead with your position report.
That's confused him, I think. So there we are, overhead Maddock. Down to Elgin. Should we do a left turn, shouldn't we? Is it turning left? Why are we not turning towards Elgin? Or okay, maybe we are actually on track to Elgin. Is the green little arrow here your present track? I think we're good. Yeah, I'm used to a track up display, guys, so the line's like a perfectly straight line. This is a heading up display. So we're heading at the moment. If I push that in, 251, that's where the nose is pointing. We're actually tracking on this green arrow 243. But on a 737, it's a track up display, all opposite.
New Zealand 218, crossing position Elgin, contact Brisbane Radio 128.6, go. Crossing Elgin, will contact 128. Have a safe flight to Hobart, enjoy. Thanks for the service, yeah.
And Auckland Radio is to Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo again with a position report overhead, Maddock as requested.
2 aircraft at once, New Zealand 154, you were first, go ahead.
Damn you!
Thank you. Okay, we just passed Kevin. We are flight level 340.
Yeah, it's an Airbus, and modern ones are also heading up. Track up display, so much easier. Well, it's the same information displayed, it's just the orientation's flipped. You know, you've got all the information you need.
154.
But obviously I'm
Auckland,
been staring at a track up display for 10 years, so
2046, flight level 340, estimating Maddock 2055. Auckland temperature guard primary, this frequency, no secondary, no
Eric, this sim will fall back and uses when PMDG have released the 737, 777, 747 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think it's a big definitely, maybe thinking, but X-Plane 11, I think, isn't going to sort of topple over with Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's still a lot of work needed for that sim. Still a lot of work.
Stand by, I'll just re-enter it for you.
Not bashing it. I love the sim myself. Great, and I really enjoy the GA flights we did. Well, I just want to wait until the other guy's done his thing. He did want to report over Maddox, which we passed overhead a couple of minutes ago. But as long as he knows the time we were overhead it and the ETA for the next one, that's fine.
And Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, was that you calling me before with a position report?
Affirm, you ready to copy?
2 Hotel Bravo, go ahead.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, we flew overhead waypoint Maddox at time 20440, still at flight level 360, estimating Elgin at 2108 Zulu, and Fonlo next. What's 2110?
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, copy Maddox 2044, estimating Elgin 2108 Fonlo next, report again at position Elgin.
We'll go back into Hotel Bravo. So he wants position report at Elgin. That change. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, that's current time. So confusing because it makes you think that was your time at Maddock, but no, that is your current time. that just switched. That's why I was a bit, but it was 2044 passing Maddox, so we've got it all correct there. Cool. Does anyone want to go to the linkcasino.com? I didn't think so. Hi. Thanks, Paul. Hope you're doing well, Paul F. Oh my days. Don't type that in Google, whatever you do, guys. Cool. Right, guys. Thanks so much for sticking with me so far. We're well on the way now. Our ETA with no delay. Let's see if we can find that information out. I think that's on the flight plan page. Runway 12, midnight. That'll be our second live stream at the same time. We landed at midnight. Remember the midnight sun stream we did the Zero Mod on Thursday evening? Was also at 2300 Zulu. Getting used to these late night streams. Yeah, it's a shame we're not with the mix. We're sort of like out here on our own, or like we're right at the back of the queue. There's no aircraft at Hobart yet. Seems to be some separation. We should have some crossing traffic at some point. There's an aircraft taking some interesting manoeuvres up there as well.
At all stations, sorry, just
50,
keeping away for 2 minutes.
40,
Oh,
30,
controller's gone for a couple of minutes.
20, 10.
Oh, thank you very much, Blue Massacre, for the fiver. That's very kind.
Couldn't hesitate to give another dono loving the stream. Keep it up.
Thank you, Blue Massacre, very kind. Still getting used to you Microsoft Jane. Very kind of you. It's a donation coming in. First time I've seen your name around here, so welcome to the channel. I guess you've probably been watching not for that long, and that's very kind of you to donate again. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you very much. Ingo 423 Microsoft Flight Simulator just crashed on me just because I connected the damn controller I need for camera control. Yes, it still does that. I always make sure the Xbox controller is connected prior to firing up the sim. And I also have it so it doesn't turn off, so it's always on permanently as well when it's turned on. Andy the Jane on helium's brilliant. I know. We have Microsoft Jane for donating the chats or something else now. Benedict or something was who called him, I can't remember it. It's all very kind of you guys. Waterwick says, when I'm doing a long flight in the sim, I tend to watch a lot of YouTube. Do you guys do that in real life? I'd love to have that opportunity. No, but even if we could, we can't. Although it's not a critical phase of flight, it is our lowest workload period. We keep ourselves entertained, usually by chatting to the next guy, especially during these times we've not spoken or flown with guys who you flew with a lot in the past. So yeah, literally we're just chatting the whole time, and we're probably spending a little bit longer briefing than usual than we would do in normal times. So that is due to lack of currency, really. When I came back, you know, one of the things we do is what we call a home base brief if you're flying back to your home base, because we fly into it every day at the end of a sector. And a home base brief is just a kind of abbreviated brief, checking the top of the briefing strip on the charts, briefing your missed approach actions, and load checking the FMS. It takes about 2 minutes because you do it every day. I've actually been doing full briefings to the home base because just to keep into practice briefing to the other guy. So yeah, that's something that's changed. But no, we don't fire up YouTube in the cruise.
Surveyor 201, Medic 205.
Blue Massacre, first time catching live, usually watches the recorded streams. Ah, very good. I probably guess, I guess you're in probably a different part of the world then. Can't watch conveniently live.
Victor Zulu Whiskey, Auckland.
Well, the wind's now a little bit more of a crosswind, which is good. Far right coming that direction on the nose. Ground speed's 401 knots. Still not that great. There we are in the flow. Do remind me the name of the sea between Australia and New Zealand. I know it's part of the Pacific, but does it actually have a name like a strait or a sea?
Victor Zulu Whiskey. Victor Zulu Whiskey.
Has another name or not?
Victor Zulu Whiskey, go ahead.
Victor Zulu Whiskey in Scotland. Just more. We'll just work this weekend, sorry. Captain Franz, the other guy, do you mean Jim's first officers? Yes, all Jims. The Tasman Sea, thanks Andy. Thank you. John
And break Alpaca 894, Alpaca 894 o'clock.
Go ahead, Alpaca 894.
Alpaca 894, crossing position Elgun. Contact Brisbane radio on frequency 128.
50, 40,
Have a
30,
space flight time over.
20, 10.
Thank you, Pete S.
Contact.
First time I have managed to catch a live stream for a few weeks. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Pete. Glad you could make it. We all have had busy lives around here and stuff, so thank you so much for dropping in live. Always make a good effort to watch live anyway, so thank you very much, buddy. Thank you for the continued support as a member. For the generous donation. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it's all sort of nice. You know, weather's been really nice in the UK, and restrictions have been eased to amount where we can sort of have a normal life for those of you who are outside the UK.
154, thanks. Cross position medic at 2055. Estimating Elgon to 118.
But we are due to have all restrictions eased on the 21st of June, but it's looking more and more likely that's not going to happen, so we're still restricted to sort of no nightclubs, not like go clubbing this especially these days, but sort of mass gatherings. What we need to have happen though is to sort of, they've just been very slow to reopen international travel. I understand there is a risk of bringing new variants and things like that, but come on, we've so many of us have been vaccinated, and they said once we've all been vaccinated we will be the gateway, you know, to returning to normality. And I've got a lot of friends based outside of Europe, and they're saying, oh, you know, loads are really picking up now, sort of flying all the flights outside of the UK. It's looking good, booking's positive. It's just no confidence for people to travel in the UK because they make it so difficult. So much bureaucracy involved. I understand the COVID's bad, but we need to get going. Welcome. N2 looks like the packs we took off with. Looks like the pack that we took off with have all got a ground speed 20 to 40 knots faster, which is why we got leaped behind. Yeah, I know, N2. I mean, he said initial request was, can you fly at Mach decimal 70? And I was like, well, we can. That's not a problem. And then he said, okay, well, I can make you fly Mach decimal 77, but you have to do a 180-degree turn. Well, that sort of defeats the object. I'd far rather have stayed at decimal 70 at the back of the queue. Instead of just doing a loop and now doing decimal 77, it makes absolutely zero sense to have done that whatsoever. All it's done is just move me back, flying only a few knots faster than I would have been. Anyway, it sounds like that everyone's holding and having lots of delays. But it looks like we're still sort of at the back of the little queue here anyway, so it's not so bad. Let's try to see where we are. Yeah, there's like, I can see the gap where there was the gap at departures, and there's a few ahead of us. But I would have rather have been a decimal 70 behind the first queue. James Harker, my TCAS expert. Thank you so much for helping. You're actually telling me now how to increase the range. Going back to TCAS, pressing the range button on the left side of the transponder will change TCAS range between 6 and 12 miles on the VSI. Amazing. James Harker. Excellent. I've learned something new today. And I guess that's the only two options then, 6 and 12 nautical miles, and then there's no traffic displaying on here. Very good. Very good. Thank you, James. Thanks for subscribing, Olamide, Akin Tyre. Sorry, I butchered that. Welcome aboard, buddy. Hi, Listerman. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Good evening, morning, time of day. Yep, we're everything here. It's 10 o'clock in the evening in the UK, 11 o'clock mainland Europe. Whatever the time is here in the morning in New Zealand, local time now, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a good morning all around here. Good time of day to use it. Brilliant. Hello to Johnny John. Excellent. Airborne for an hour and 5 minutes. Only an hour and a half or so to go until we're sort of mixing it up a little bit there. Approaching Elgin, it sounds like we're getting handed over to the next frequency as well. Just keep an eye on the fuel on arrival. 797 miles to go. How will we find the fuel on arrival again? Reference page. Oh, I know it's here somewhere. There we are. Mode. Now, I wonder if I press the next page. No, you only have the cruise page then.
Was here 169.
2303,
also
9.7.
crossing position Elgin. Contact Brisbane radio on frequency 128.6.
Listerman, that day in the Euro was really something, still a bit of a shock. Is there any update on that? On Christian Eriksen? I watched it live. It was horrible. I remember when Fabrice Mwamba had cardiac arrest. And I read it back up again here, because Fabrice Mwamba tweeted, you know, pray to him as well. And his heart was not beating for 78 minutes, and he survived with no lasting effects. He's stable in hospital. Fantastic news. Fantastic news. Cool, yeah, that was horrible to watch. Scary, and you know, fit and healthy young man, late 20s. It can happen to anyone. Scary. Well, UEFA's agreed to restart the match. That's good. Wow. Yeah, crazy. And Connie Harahu, it was the second match of the Euros. Euro 2020, Euro 2021, and Christian Eriksen, one of the Danish football players, collapsed, and it was cardiac arrest, I think. And well, yeah, I mean, I was watching it live in shock and awe, and the camera crew were, well, they were showing everything. It was a little alarming, actually. I'm sure they'll have words there. And then they panned over to his wife, and it was really quite distressing to watch, because you are watching someone fighting for his life live. It's you know, you forget these things. So I don't know who controls the cameras, and it was actually really difficult to watch. I was watching the BBC's coverage, and then they went back to the studio, and Gary Lineker and the rest of the team. Was it Cesc Fabregas, the Spanish football player, retired Spanish football player? They did a great job, you know, sort of explaining the situation. And I can't remember the name of the female pundit there. She got a little bit upset, I think. And then they went off and put a gardening show on. Crazy. John, my PC's heating up the room. Something chronic. Mine does that. It kicks out so much heat. He's already FaceTimed his team. Amazing, amazing.
On 4328.
Pete just shows how important knowing CPR is. Having trained people starting with minutes made a huge difference. Massively. I think how, you know, if you have a cardiac arrest, the speed at which you receive CPR is vital. And the chances of surviving your odds improve considerably if you've got that ability. And thankfully, sporting events, they have everything there in the background for those situations. Great, it's great news. Captain Icelander, what kind of yoke and gear do you use? The A300 has a yoke, yeah, it does. I've actually removed it because on a previous stream I've accidentally moved this with my mouse, causing it to disconnect the autopilot and for us to go into a bit of a dirty dive. But yes, the first Airbus had a yoke. I don't actually use a yoke, I use the Thrustmaster Airbus side stick, which for me, for my kind of use of simming, it's fine for me. I know there's lots of yokes available as well, but no, I quite like the joystick. And I don't even have a thrust levers. I use the little lever on the joystick's fine for me. Cool. Econ flow selected. Do I turn this off at some point? There's no guidance in the checklist included with the iniBuilds A300. Just as on as part of the checklist. I know in the is it the 320 it says if the passengers are below a certain amount you use econ flow. Can't remember. It's getting bright in here. So I was due to land in this event at I was due to land at 22:12 Zulu, so in about an hour's time, but we still have an hour 40 minutes to go. Hour 30. Two-Tunch having difficulty wrapping my head around the fact that the 737 pilot is using an Airbus side stick in the sim. It's a good side stick. Quite like it. Logitech Extreme 3D Pro I'd still recommend, but the Thrustmaster has a lot more configurable options and buttons, and it's sort of ambidextrous, so that I'm left-handed, so I have it configured with the red button on the right-hand side to just get the autopilot. Abby, you don't use the Airbus throttle quadrant? Nope, just the little thrust lever on it. I was offered it, but didn't really need it.
Just 93 kilo, Auckland, go ahead your position report.
And the Airbus stick, 2 long hauls of the Airbus now. Am I okay to fly by TONIS on the members, members only group flight now? This isn't a proper Airbus though, it's a Boeing Airbus. But no, I quite like doing it. I mean, this one isn't actually that long haul. Flight time's only 2 hours 45 minutes. Tijan, is that the Beluga? Nope, it's the regular A300s.
It's 93 kilo, copy, cross position cabin, 2106, flight level 340. Estimating MEDOC 2114. Auckland accepts the guards from
Russell, all left-handed people are sinister apparently.
Show maintain listening watch, report again in position, MEDOC.
Louis, you're left-handed, you don't fly an Airbus, what a waste, unbelievable. Bjorn says you fly the wrong side of the airway then, great. Patrick James going to be flying the event later from Auckland to Sydney, very good. Two-ton stapler cab, you got it.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Auckland, crossing position Elgun, contact Brisbane radio on frequency 128.6, g'day.
Crossing Elbourne contact Brisbane 128.6, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, thank you very much to the ATC, have a good morning.
My pleasure, have a safe flight, thanks for joining in for Cross the Ditch.
Thank you. Perfect. Fair enough. 128.6 is tuned. This is Brisbane radio. So this doesn't actually come up as Oceanic, but I reckon it sort of is still an Oceanic sector. But oh no, wait, I should. He did say crossing Elgin. Make the switch, but we'll check in when we're directly overhead. Just in case he needs to give us a position report then, so that's going to be Elgin. Where's some flight plan? It's time 2110. Next waypoint's going to be Fonlo at 2143. And after that, it's going to be Pekop. We'll be approaching Tasmania then. That guy was really severe sounding, life and soul. He's probably had a lot of stress to deal with all these alpacas flying left, right and centre. Ruben, you saw the red arrows this morning at Bournemouth. Very cool. Yes, they actually... It was for the Queen's birthday today. I was in London yesterday. One of my best friends, he is performing at the West End at the moment. One of my best friends from school. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of this play. It's called The Mousetrap. It is the longest running continuous theatre production in the world. I think it's been running since the 50s or 60s, not sure, by Agatha Christie. And I went to go see him last night. Absolutely amazing. So I don't know if anyone's around London, but if you want to go see The Mousetrap on the West End, amazing. And I'm not just saying that because my best friend is there. The actual performance was incredible. But yeah, it was very nice to see him play live. Right, best check in then with our friends here at Brisbane. Brisbane Radio, very good morning, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, flight level 360, approaching Elgin.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, play Brisbane Radio accepts primary guide 128.6, negative secondary, negative sound count, when ready go ahead for position report.
Only primary on 128.6, no secondary, we have no cell call, and our position overhead Elgin at time 2110 Zulu, flight level 360, next position is Fonlo, time 21430, and Pecob next.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Brisbane Radio, thank you.
Perfect, got a position report in, looking good. Russell has been running since the 1660s, really? I didn't realise Agatha Christie was that old. Is that the case?
Alpaca 894, Brisbane Radio.
I like how he does the call sign twice, because it's over. This would be over a HF frequency, I think, in real life. Southwood Aviation, anyone here spotting a Heathrow for the... is that Air Force One tomorrow? Yes, of course, Biden's over in Cornwall.
Victor Papa, Charlie Zulu Whiskey, Victor Papa, Charlie Zulu Whiskey, Brisbane Radio.
As a joke skipper, I was going to say, Russell, yes, Agatha Christie was not that old. 1660, wasn't that around where London Fire was? Well, I'm getting all my history mode up here. Not sure. Right, anyway, we best do a fuel check here at Elgin. Elgin, 2112 Zulu.
Qantas 1019, Brisbane Radio, go ahead and position report.
Qantas 1019, cross Fonlo at 2111 Zulu, level 350.
So we've been airborne for 1 hour 3 minutes, been airborne for 1 hour... oops.
1019, Brisbane Radio, thank you.
1 hour 17. So we're running about 15 minutes late.
4711, Alpaca 4711, Brisbane Radio.
14.8 on board. We have 18.8, so we're up 4 tons. So we've lost that extra ton we were talking about. And the fuel used is a bit skewed because we shut the engines down. It reset the fuel used.
Thank you very much.
That says 7.4. It says 7.3, but the actual case is about 8.4 tons. So we put an extra ton on the ground, waiting around. So yeah, a ton down, but we took an extra 5 tons. So we're all good. Shakespeare, yes. And this was 1660 player lost the place at 6, huh? Daniel Boyer, hi Blind Sim, just wanted to say congrats on your first real flight back. Thank you very much, Daniel Boyer, very kind. Connor says she'd have liked it if she was. Her husband was an archaeologist, it seems. How can you get teased for doing these streams? I've got a lot of banter, You get teased. I have a lot of people actually asking how did I set it up, because I think you're doing something similar. So I have a few other colleagues and friends that do some other things on media, especially during lockdown. I've got a colleague who went into farming. His parents were farming, so he's gone into doing that. Another one actually has his own simulator, runs his own simulator in the UK now. So people have branched off done lots of other things. I mean, I had this channel running way before COVID, so sort of returning to my sort of simming roots, and as many of you already know, have been here from the start. I only got back into it, started the channel because I became an instructor, and I wanted to, try some non-normal situations, practice some stuff in the sim before the session, improve my knowledge, and got into streaming. But yeah, I get a bit of banter. I get a bit of banter from my mates as well. So often when we're playing Xbox Night, they usually find snippets from streams where I've mispronounced something. They often put that on loop. Russell, because they need to supplement their income. Absolutely. I mean, some people have been made redundant, Russell, or have been on unpaid leave. So they've had to kind of branch out and do stuff whilst they're stuck at home. So yeah, all sorts of people have done changed into different things. I've got another colleague of mine who started a clothing brand, sells shirts and clothes. I actually got Explain a few weeks ago and used a few of your tutorials to use Zebo. Very cool, Daniel. Boy, I hope you're enjoying the Zebo mod. There's a big fat Pratt & Whitney. I love the size of the spinner on that thing. It's so big. So Marion is going back to Portugal this week to see her parents. She hasn't seen them for over a year, which is really good for her. I can't go because I'm at work at the moment, and obviously if I come back from Portugal now, I'd have to self-isolate for 10 days. But that does free some opportunities for some more streams, so probably will stream again on Tuesday. Probably something in Flight Sim. I'll probably do something on the gaming channel. I might jump on another game. Might do a train sim or something like that again, which I know you guys liked. So I might do a stream on Tuesday, possibly Thursday, another one there, and I'm back to work on Friday. Ben, did you get to the bottom of the active sky cloud issue from last stream? No, Ben, I haven't fired up the sim again until I did the test sector this morning, and I didn't seem to have that same issue. I don't know if maybe there was something unique in the meta there which was causing that clouds to redraw all the time. But we'll have to see what happens.
On a 1611, on a 1611.
Again, it was a very unique issue. I've never seen that before.
On a 1611, overhead peacock, contact Melbourne Centre 123.8. Thank you.
Russell, we've been slow on engineering, putting aircraft to bed, but now getting them out of mothballs again. Oh, interesting. She wants to cover space program. The Euro Truck Simulator stream was akin to an action job. Yeah, that last one had killed me. 5 hours trying to raise £100,000. I might jump into that again. Pete says party ran a flight into Super's house.
Good day, Brisbane Radio, Silver Arrows 201 with a position 4.
Silver Arrows 201.
Hi Joseph, sorry I'm late, just tuned in. All good here, thanks for tuning in. Approaching the halfway point for this Cross the Ditch event. From Christchurch to Hobart on the island of Tasmania, South Australia. Live time, live weather. Had a few technical issues, a few delays, but we're well on the way.
Silver Arrows 201 acknowledged. When ready, go ahead with position report.
Hi, hello. Hi-yo. I tried to say hi and hello at the same time there. Hello, Russell. Great watching in real time for once from Sydney. All those alpaca flights heading over to the Tasman, I see. Where you're going to park. Hobart has about 3 stands. It'll be mayhem. Yes. It's going to be interesting. I've heard of people already getting delays in excess of an hour. God, who knows what's going to happen. Who knows. I'll probably take a break in a bit just for... just so I can prepare myself. I've been I can't believe how long the stream is. You know, with the delay, I had to start with the technical issues and the delays getting off here. I was sort of planning to be starting the approach briefing in about 10 minutes, but we still have another another hour until top of descent. But yeah, I should think they'll be getting people to come offline. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hobart guys. The airport, it has one runway, it's long enough, but you have to backtrack. Runway 12, you're going to have to backtrack to vacate, so that's really going to affect arrivals and capacity there, so it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that.
Swiss 169 at Brisbane Radio.
Love the ECAM. These ECAM pages. You can see how the systems are working. So engine bleed. Gives you the temperature of the engine bleed. Well, it's going to be, it's quite cold for engine bleed. Engine bleed's usually a lot hotter than that, so I guess that's perhaps after going through the packs. Much colder. 24 PSI. It's really cool. Temperature controllers, 24 degrees. Cabin. There's the temperature. Bulkhead temperature. Interesting. Ah. Is that the cargo?
New 218 is positioned from the
It's very well detailed, so much
2118, flight level 320.
Pressurization.
Estimating pickup at 2156 and airport next.
For an aircraft that's, what, 40 years old? When this came out, it was way ahead of its time. And the fuel, I understand, is automatically distributed or burnt. They've got fuel in the trim tank, but I don't think you need to do anything.
Good morning, New Zealand 154.
New Zealand 154, good day, Brisbane Radio, standby, break. Alpaca 125, Alpaca 125, Brisbane Radio.
What is that? What is that?
Alpaca 125.
No one knows what that is, I'd be interested. Fuel pressure, oil quantity, temperature, pressure, vibration indications for each engine.
Alpaca
What is NAC?
125. What's the slowest you can go to peak up?
Slowing everyone down again. IDG, your wheel temperature. Very interesting.
New Zealand 154, Brisbane Radio accepts primary guard 128.
Patrick, would you be able to tell the difference of a Kiwi accent and an Aussie accent? I don't think so, Patrick. I don't think so. Connie, what does that thing say? Why does that thing say init? I've seen init around cockpits in the sim, and what it refers to. Well, initialization. So, sort of the same as 737. So, you use that page to put information for pre-flight. So, it depends on what phase of flight you're in on the 737. On the ground, allow you to put your initial information such as your cruise speed, your gross weights, top of climb, temperatures. And then in the 737, when you push in it in flight, it'll bring up the approach reference page. For the A300, just seems to bring up the first init page A. There's a second page, which you can only access on the ground with the engine shut down, because you see it's not allowed. So it's really important that you remember to do that, otherwise you can't do it. Petrie says init, bruv. Not quite init, bruv. Right, I'm going to request a little break for the flight deck, because we don't seem to have too much going on for the next few miles, because I'll need a break before our inevitable delay in holding into Hobart. Oh, I need to think of a giveaway question as well for the Alpaca Airways hoodie, or Flight in Sim hoodie. Choice is yours. Brisbane Radio, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Request a break for 10 minutes, if that's okay.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, acknowledged, report back.
Thank you, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Right guys, I will put you back into the stapler external cam, just whilst I go have a quick stretch of legs, drink, and make sure Mariana's okay, and we will carry on from there. JPF1 NAC nacelle temps for question mark. Bit unusual, but I'm sure someone will find the answer before I get back. But guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream so far. Again, I'd like to thank you very much for your patience at the start. For those of you who are here at the start with the technical issues, we'll have to see what happens in Hobart later. But I hope you're enjoying the show regardless. As ever, do me a favour, smash the thumbs up button, that'd be great. 250 likes, very nice so far. I'll see you all in about 10 minutes. Thanks.
welcome.
Thanks a lot for that, ladies and gentlemen. Refreshed, and it's cool outside. When it cooled down, the office is so hot and left the window open when I was gone, and now it's nice temperature in here. Right, best check in and tell them we are back. Radio Alpaca to Hotel Bravo, we're back. Thanks a lot for that.
Alpaca to Hotel Bravo, Brisbane Radio, welcome back.
Excellent. Like a YouTube, even if you don't like flying, the background music is always a reason to stick around. Thank you. It's a Spotify playlist called Chill Lounge, copyright free. It's basically a collection of lots of songs which, well, most are copyright free. Some of them weren't. I think I've gotten through them all now. It's about 400 odd songs or something, just play out on loop. They're quite nice, catchy there. It's all kind of lounge, chill music. Beaches have got an air conditioner running at this time. Without it, I would be drowning in sweat. Oh, it's going to be really warm in the UK tomorrow as well. It's forecast to be having 30 degrees. And we have no AC, so yeah, it's thankfully still quite cool at night. It's down to around 10. Jordan, you're down in Hobart with Domino Mosi there. Excellent, guys. Fantastic. Was that you in Concord, Jordan? I can't remember. At 2 times, you're having an early dinner before your cross the ditch flight at 23:30 Zulu. That's a little bit late for us guys over here in Europe, but it's good that they actually started the event at this time because it gives guys, it's quite late here in Europe, gives a chance to sort of take part in stuff, and good for the controllers to also join as well, because these guys in Australia and New Zealand, it's early in the morning for them, so it's good of them to sort of provide ATC for us guys who want to take part now. That was you in Concord. Excellent, Jordan. I thought it was. Laggy YouTube, is it the Hotel Chill Out Lounge Vibes playlist? No, it's called Chill Lounge, copyright free. That's the name of the playlist. But there are some lounge elevator music in the playlist.
Contact Melbourne Centre 123.
2 tons. Normal temperatures in North Texas, only 36 degrees Celsius today. Ouch. Thank you for translating that 2 tons into Celsius, not Fahrenheit. That was like it's the high 80s, isn't it? Low 90s. They are, oh, so those temperatures was nacelle temperature, can confirm as well, nacelle temperature, because it goes up to 300. Wow. That's really interesting that they show the temperature of the engine nacelles. 163. Fascinating. John Padfield, does the speed of the stapler can depend on how many staples are in the stapler? Eric Pavlik, I think. Hello, Flight to Sim. Are you looking forward to the upcoming Tonus 340? And if so, what routes are you looking forward to most? That's certainly an aircraft which will no doubt have fun flying. It'll be the first proper... I mean, we've flown Concorde, which is 4 engines, and the BA146, which has 4 engines, but we've not had a proper long-range 4-engine jet stream, you know. So yeah, with the A340, I'd probably think on the first flight, I'd like to do a sort of... I mean, they wouldn't utilise an A340 on a short sector, but A330s are sometimes used on domestic sectors. I know Aer Lingus, I've seen lots of Aer Lingus A330s doing short sectors in Europe. I think they sort of changed them over from the 320 when they've got a little bit more demand. I've seen the A330 Aer Lingus in Malaga, but 340 is going to burn too much fuel. But maybe I'll do a 2-sector day in it or a shorter flight. But longer flights, those sort of 8 hours, I do occasionally, like events or charity stream for when we get to 80,000. I'll do a long one sometimes. My goodness, there seems to be a lot of issues with a particular interesting website trying to get you to take free spins. Thank you, moderators, for dealing with that. Jack, what is wrong with you? He is literally all over me today. Where's Mummy? Jack? Thank you very much to Sorcerer Dave, who's just joined us a member. Welcome aboard, buddy. I love your YouTube handle. You get invited to our members only Discord. Enjoy using your customized chat, and thank you very much for dedicated support. Oh, your moderator's keeping very busy here. 2 tons, that's 96.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Very specific. That's pretty hot. Pretty hot. I remember in Arizona once, in the middle of the summer, when the temperature was above, I think it was 35 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Celsius, they wouldn't allow you to fly. And they used to keep the canopy doors open, but once we went to an aircraft, the canopy doors were closed, and I think the actual temperature in the cabin, in the cockpit, was I think it was like 51 degrees Celsius. I mean, you couldn't touch anything in there without scalding yourself. Like the metal buckle of the seatbelt was where it brand you could brand something, you put it on your arm, it was crazy. Swiss fly the 340 from Heathrow to Zurich at the moment. Do they Southend Aviation? Well, that would actually be quite cool. Sexy to replicate.
To cross peak on time 2220.
Thanks for subscribing. On X. On board.
Swiss 169.
John, I've been reported that casino due umpteen million times. Seems to be coming up multiple occasions. Multiple accounts. Thanks, guys.
Qantas 1019 overhead L, got contact Auckland radio 129.0. G'day.
129.0. Did he say report font though? I don't remember.
Alpaca 7 Echo November, Alpaca 7 Echo November, Brisbane radio.
Large leg in between, follow Peggle. Almost 45 minutes. Matt, surely you may remember about a month ago I mentioned that we were expecting a little girl. My wife gave birth on the 1st of June. Tried to name her Tara after the decast switch, but compromised and named her Lara. Brilliant, Matt Surley. Oh, that's amazing news, firstly. Congratulations. Don't tell me you tried to name your daughter Tara after a TCAS switch, though. Oh, my goodness. Matt, congratulations. That's fantastic news. I'm trying to jog my memory, and I have so many people coming here. I'm sure you said that you were about to have a daughter or a child, but so I can't remember. But anyway, doesn't matter now. Congratulations. That's fantastic news.
5 minutes separation with traffic in front of
you never know, Tara. I'm joking. Lara might be watching the streams in the future. Then you'll have to be thinking about flight training in the future for her. Sorcerer Dave, been quietly watching your streams for a while, dude. Got back to simming and bought the A300 after watching you flying it. So there's a bit of well-earned commission there. Well, that's thank you very much, Sorcerer Dave. Now, I'm sure you've all heard of Discord, and make sure, and if there's any members here not in Discord, very important that you become a member, that you join it, because you get all the exclusive features and exclusive content. You know, I'm not there every day. You know, I'm busy working now as well, but you know, you get to take part in the monthly members-only group flights, do sort of members-only streams occasionally, and you can always join VC and message me directly. I always try to get back to, I always get back to Discord DMs. It's always my first port of call to any queries. You just reported a Casino guy, now he doesn't show up for me. Excellent. Yes, if you guys ever see in chat, you know, so, you know, it happens. There are bots that come in here. You just get idiots as well sometimes. You know, YouTube, I've messaged on occasions, you know, just to say this sort of stuff, and they just say, you know, encourage people to report, because they do actively look into that, especially if multiple people do it. So yeah, you see something that's clearly bogus or fake, it's important that it's reported so it can actually be dealt with. There was all sorts of things going on recently where they were trying to get two of these bot accounts were contacting or commenting on videos, and then they have a second bot reply to it. It's a bit of a pain, but they do eventually get on top of it. Matt, absolutely, Tara would have been nice, but Lara it is. Andres M, hello Captain, always took off behind you. There was a delay due to oceanic congestion flying as Air New Zealand 154. Fantastic. We all got a little bit stuck there, but enjoy the rest of your sector. Have a safe flight. Hello Airbus Pilot Flight 725.
Delta 93 Kilo, good day, Brisbane Radio accepts primary guard 128.6, negative.
Alexandra, hello.
Secondary,
I
negative,
have a
South
problem with
Coast,
Y300.
copy,
Every flight during
report.
descent, I get a complete electrical failure. It appears to be a bug, not an operation issue. Does anyone have that? That sounds pretty serious, Alexandra. I've not experienced that myself. So I can tell you if it's a bug or something's perhaps happened, but there shouldn't be any complete failures of the electrical systems. That sounds pretty serious.
Welcome.
By the way, I'd like to point out that I think it's amazing to see a professional deal with radio. I notice him always stopping for half a second when he hears alpaca just to see if he's called or not. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's something you get in the habit of. Also, when I hear my real world operator, Jow, no, I'm joking. And it's just habits, and it's important to sort of monitor the radio. Same happens in real life. Thanks for subscribing, Spencer Hobson. Welcome aboard, buddy. Southside Aviation and loads of that. Want to comment? Find out higher house. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's annoying, but you just time whatever random website they say. Just block that word, and it filters it all out. Oh look, he's back again. Brilliant. But no, I've got some fantastic guys here. He come in and moderates and always keeps out the junk.
Lufthansa 52 Yankee, Lufthansa 52 Yankee, Brisbane Radio.
Now, please remind me, did he want a position report overhead Fonlo?
Radio 1
I cannot
remember.
Over Elgin contact 129
Oh, I've accidentally paused the sim. Don't do that. I was typing in the Oceanic position report thing. Uh-oh. I don't think I've ever streamed. I don't think I've ever paused the stream accidentally there. No. He did. Right, let me just finish this then. So I'll give him a position report here at Fonlo. And it is. Who am I talking to again? Brisbane Radio. Brisbane Radio, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo overhead Fonlo with position report.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Brisbane Radio, go ahead with position report.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo is position at Fonlo, time 2144 Zulu. Flight level 360, estimating PECOP at time 22230, and then Iplet next.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Brisbane Radio, thank you.
Perfect. Usually they read it back, but all good. And then PECOP, and then shortly after Iplet will be the arrival.
New Zealand 5 Alpha Charlie, g'day, Brisbane
Thanks for subscribing,
Radio,
Airbus pilot, flight 725 as well. Welcome aboard, buddy. Airbus, what plane are you driving? An Airbus A300-600. Alexander Bellini having issues here. Yeah, like Listerman said, without you know, if you come in here and people say I have this happen, it's a bug. It's very hard without seeing what's going on to sort of diagnose the issue and work it out. Could be anything there. If you're saying the AP turning's on, sounds like you're having an issue losing electrical power. I mean, you're not accidentally. If you accidentally disconnect the IDGs, that's it. That's game over until you're on the ground. So if you're in the process of trying to fix it, if you push this, you'll never have them connect. Jack, oh my God, he's really Jack. You know, for those who don't know, we've got a Labrador, Jack. He's been very wanting a lot of attention. He's just jumped onto the chair now as I move back. As soon as I move back, he jumps straight on my lap. Oh God. This is when I do wish I had a little webcam for you guys to see Jack.
18.
Good boy. Can you hear his tail? Okay. Oh no, he's actually trying to get on my lap. Oh my God, and he weighs about 35 kilos. He's a heavy dog. He's trying to get on my lap. Get down. Oh, good boy. Jack probably knows Mario's going away for a while. It's getting clingy. Yeah, he does get like this sometimes. I was away all day mentioned earlier, I was in London. Came back yesterday, and he's really been all over me today. He loves lockdown and coronavirus. But no, when I was commuting last year, or no, not last year, a couple of years ago now, kept it. Every time I'd FaceTime Mariana, he was moaning.
Silver Arrows to 1 Brisbane Radio, go ahead with position report.
Go get Mummy. Where's Mummy? Where's Mummy? Jack licked the mic, he licked everything then, Chad, he was headbutting me, he knocked the mic over. Go! I don't need to go away, but go away! He keeps coming back. It's like a fuss, that's why. Better Jack than the FO on your lap, that is true, in go 423. Cool.
Western 152, good day, Brisbane Radio accepts primary guard 12.
So that will probably be our last, yeah, it will be our last position report, because when we approach next waypoint, Pecop will be entering Melbourne FIR.
Westwind 152, thank you, when ready, go ahead with position report.
West 152 with overhead takeoff at 2146, flight level 350. Follow next, 22.
I think it was his tail that slammed his mic, no, it was his head. Sorcerer Dave, dogs have no conception of lap size. No, not so whatsoever. Or the fact that when he runs into your leg, or you know, it causes so much pain if he whacks you in the shin. No, he doesn't do that, to be fair. Hi Snapshot, I hope you're doing well. Guys, Snapshot's one of the moderators of the channel. He's flown for the Royal Air Force, and he's been a member of the channel for over 2 years. 2 years, hope you're doing well, buddy. Southland Aviation Jack's wondering what today's meal is. He's had his dinner. He has Lily's Kitchen kibble. That's his main dog food, which we mix usually with some wet food. He is, well, he's typical Labrador, very greedy. Listen to me, I've heard dogs believe humans are dead when they're away because they're used to a group of fellow dogs staying together at all times, so every time you come back from work you return from the dead. Lovely list of it, I didn't know that. But they are very... Labradors are incredible. I mean, I love all dogs. Labradors are, I don't know. Jack's my first dog. When he was a puppy, he's 7 years old, and we had dogs in the entire family, but I've never, even the dogs in our family have never been like Jack is. He's, we have a Furbo. I don't know if you've heard of a Furbo, guys. There are other dog cameras available. But we can see what he's up to when we're out, and he's just, well, he just sits there, but when he first goes... Ah. An RA, ladies. Oh no, that's, well, technically we heard. That's an RA. I think that's a little bit sensitive, but that was traffic just going 1,000 feet below us. Look, you see, I just saw him for a second. There he is. Look.
Of conflict.
Now that's just their TCAS needs a little bit of tweaking. Traffic flying underneath by 1,000 feet is completely normal. The arrow would suggest it's climbing, but it's not. It's completely low at 1,000, so it's a very sensitive TCAS there. That made me jump. Yeah, Labrador's amazing, and we always watch him on our little camera to see what he's up to. And he usually just sits on his bed, but when we first leave there, he sort of moans. But every time a car goes past, someone walks past, he goes to the door, and he starts going. Hello Finn, Jester Best, good morning from Christchurch. Not foggy at all now, it was pretty foggy when we left during dawn. And, good morning to you. Must have been a bit deep. Listening, mascara from 1 to oh dear Lord, that have mercy on my soul. How scary was that for you? What the TCAS are you referring to? Was that, have I missed so we can chat there?
Brisbane Radio, New Zealand 154, position report.
New Zealand 154, Brisbane Radio, go ahead with position report.
Salvard Aviation, interesting question I have. I hope, would you feel the weight turbulence of an aircraft flying 1,000 feet below? Sometimes, and it can be pretty nasty. I've been very fortunate, I haven't really experienced any significant wake turbulence, but the wind's quite, well, it's not so strong here, but what usually catches you is if a traffic crosses from left to right, 1,000 feet above, and then it's sort of, the wake sort of descends slowly over time, and you can fly through that. It sometimes feels like you're flying through it's a very sudden jolt. It's like, whoa, it can make you jump sometimes, especially at night. It's not like wake turbulence you get from departing aircraft. It's just a lot stronger. They can really, you know, I've heard of cases of an A380's wake or a 747's wake, you know, rolling a 737 beyond 56 degrees before they kind of like had to react. But it can happen. But yeah, I've experienced wake, nothing to the point where it's, well no, wake turbulence actually disconnected autopilot once. But just, yeah, it's very brief, just re-engage autopilot. So here's another traffic crossing, look, 1,000 feet above us. Can we see it?
Descend.
Again, yeah, that immediately is an RA. So you'd respond to that, disconnects the automation, descends, there it is, looks crossing 1,000 feet above. So yeah, just it's way too sensitive. A bit late as well. Saying traffic is pretty much ahead.
123.8, g'day.
Have a big up over to 1238. Thanks for the service.
Danny, love the labs. We have a rescue dog, a British Labrador, and something, well, we don't know. A surprise dog. Excellent. We were thinking of getting a rescue dog, but it was our first ever dog, so we did get a puppy. I mean, dogs now in the UK, the prices have skyrocketed, but I think that's, well, I think it is due to lockdown and pandemic. It's ridiculous what a puppy costs now. But I think now, with everyone going back to work normality, a lot of dogs, unfortunately, are being you know, given up. It's sad reality, really. A lot of people took on the responsibility, not quite realising how tough it is. They're giving up. So Mary and I, we both work in the airline industry, and I remember when we saw Jack, we spoke to the breeder. The breeder was really careful, you know, checking, you know, oh, you both work in the airline industry, you know, your crew, you know, how are you going to be able to look after the dogs? So we have arrangements with the neighbour, and it all works out quite well. We've got neighbours and new neighbours. We moved house last year, who come in when we're away, just to let him out and deal with him. So there you go. Cool. $411 miles to descent. Top descent point then is going to be after Pekop but before Iplit. So Pekop, we really want to be briefed at 22:24. So we start briefing. I'm trying to find exactly where top descent is. After Pekop. Okay, we'll probably start briefing in 10 minutes. Wind's pretty much died off now. Over the Tasman Sea, as I learned today. Listen, how high above the current flight level would you climb due to TCAS R8? There's no limit. So even if you're at 41,000 feet and you're instructed to climb, you would climb. Yes, you're going to go above the maximum certified altitude, but it's better than having a collision with an aircraft. So what happens is when you get an R8, the two transponders would communicate with each other, telling one aircraft to climb, one to descend. Typically, I mean, this is from the sim, the RA commands, once it's been respected, depends what the other aircraft does. If the aircraft, we're told to climb, the other aircraft's descent, usually they clear conflicts after about 10-15 seconds. You might have climbed 300 feet. If you climb and the other aircraft doesn't respond or climbs as well, you'll get a command to increase your rate of climb. And there can also be a reversal. So if it tells you to descend and then climb, it will say climb now, and then you immediately have to reverse it. So in that case, if both aircraft climbs, they'll tell one to, and if you get a reversal, that you'll get a descend now, climb now, and it's not an aggressive manoeuvre. You just have to quickly set the attitude outside of your you get a red indication on the PFD. You just got to make sure the attitude is just outside of that, not too much outside of it, because you could possibly have a conflict with other aircraft if you have an excessive rate of climb, rate of descent. Listerman, would TCAS let you climb onto another oncoming traffic in the flight level above you? In that situation, it'll tell you to level off, and it would be a very narrow band. Chag. There'll be two trapeziums, one here, to sort of sandwich you between the aircraft. And when I was taught, when I was in the sim teaching TCAS maneuvers, one of the ones we demonstrated, you were in a sandwich basically between two aircraft, and to demonstrate how it works. So it'll put you in a narrow corridor between two aircraft if it has to. If there's an aircraft, if you're told to descend and there's an aircraft below you, but there's still an aircraft below you, it will say level off, and it will just basically give you a very narrow attitude which you need to set to fly between the two aircraft. How cool is that? A great system, yes. Ah, yes, the spurious casino websites here as well. Captain Icelander, sorry, what overlay are you using, sir? Very clean, would like the one and I'm streaming myself. Absolutely. This here is a Fly Live, which is compatible with Microsoft Flight Simulator and X-Plane 11. And at the bottom here, it's just a custom overlay I made to say thanks to the people that very generously donate, become members. And it's just very simplistic. You know, you can put some other things. I have my little social media banner pop up here, the alert box there. Yeah, very happy with it. Airbus Pilot Flight 725, we're flying to Hobart. If you ever want to see where we're flying, remember most streams, I always put departure arrival airport, which gives you basic, you know, as the crew flies information here. It's pretty good. It's very quiet on this frequency for a busy VATSIM event. But to be fair, he's only covering a large area of airspace, and with the position reporting points quite far apart. Captain Icelander, it's called Fly Live. Fly Live. Like this. There you go. Fly Live Studio. Cool. So I'm actually a little bit more of a... Oh no, there's actually aircraft crossing in both directions here. Now I'm looking here, there doesn't seem to be any aircraft holding. Now, I think someone advised me that they were told that they could expect a delay of 1 hour holding, but as far as I can see a lot of aircraft getting straight in. Doesn't seem to be that busy. I mean, looking here at the arrivals at the moment, there's 20 arrivals into Hobart.
New Zealand 540 Brisbane radio pass message.
Magpie, TCAS reversal is a good one for sim training. Keeps the guys and girls alert. I know, and sometimes when we had it for currency training, I'd throw it in because it's a very unusual one. Don't always get it. But the reversal, it can throw people. It's like, oh, because they're so used to having to climb and descend, and that's it. And it's quite an abrupt change. You have to make you don't want to yank at it, especially at higher levels. If you yank back at the stick, you can get a high speed stall on. So your stall speed will increase massively. The angle attack at which you stall is much lower at cruise level. But it can happen. They start descending, they climb. Now they pull up, and all of a sudden they get the stick shake. It's like they're like, oh no, just be a bit smoother. I don't usually do that. I used to do that, you know, to not catch them out, but just to show the guys. Hello Alejandro, he says very good evening everyone. Have a nice flight. Thank you very much. With the 737, not today though. Hello, Mr. SFT, or Stuffed. He says, how's your evening going? Very well so far. We've had a few technical issues during the stream, but so far so good. And we'll be very shortly starting our approach briefing into Hobart. On the test sector, which I ran sort of the same time here, it was still kind of dawn dusk, but no, it'll be plenty bright enough by the time we get to Hobart.
These are the 361 Brisbane radio, go ahead and position.
Thanks for subscribing. What was that? Propose something. Welcome.
One low in 01.
Poff jabs. Luigi, hello Captain, watching from Oakland, California. Very cool. Good evening to you, Luigi. Good evening.
361. Alpaca 894, Alpaca 894, Brisbane radio.
Lay down. Come on. Lay down. Good boy. He's on the bed under this
Alpaca
desk.
894, Alpaca 894, Brisbane radio.
Uh-oh. Alpaca 894.
Victor Papa Charlie, correction, Victor Papa Charlie, Zulu Whiskey, Victor Papa
Listen, can't you ban people in YouTube? Was it created? Oh, that, every time that's happening, that's a different account. There's subtle differences, I think.
Charlie, Zulu Whiskey, go ahead.
Like, I believe.
Papa Charlie, Zulu Whiskey, overhead, Peacock, contact Melbourne Centre 123, decimal 8, g'day.
Watch overhead, Peacock, Melbourne Centre 123, decimal 8, Papa Charlie, Zulu Whiskey.
Yeah, I think they've just got multiple accounts. Lewis, hi, can you do an announcement when you first greet the passengers before pushback? Not now, Lewis, with the cruise. I do it sometimes when people ask very nicely in the street. Great livery, by the way, Moen, if you're still around. Brad, you're in about the position where I did the Southern Lights flight in May. Ah, very good.
Alpaca 894, Alpaca 894, Brisbane radio.
Oh, 894, we're struggling to get in contact with. Lots of love there. Listed to do the initial greeting PA and the cruise to throw passengers off and keep them on their toes. They're already a little cross for leave. We're an hour late. Tasman scene below. Nothing else to really see. Are there any more? Is there any airlines still flying passenger variants of the A300 in Europe? I remember Monarch. I remember seeing a Monarch A300 in Alicante a few years ago. Long gone now, though. Alexander, pretty cool aircraft, amazing sounds, does sound good. Yeah, on the takeoff roll it sounds awesome. Like, nice deep bassy sound. Alejandro, have you ever experienced some unusual items during the walk around, like leaks, broken or worn parts? DHL has the A300s. Ah yes, but I was wondering what passenger, you know, are there any European airlines flying passengers on A300s still in Europe? Lots of cargo on probably. Have I experienced some unusual items during the walk around? Yes, we once had a crack in the windscreen, which happened due to the temperature of the window changing. That was a bit of an unusual one. Thankfully, we're at our home base, and it just the window has 2 panes of glass, and so long as it cracks on the, let me get this right, the outer pane is okay. Well, you know, we're on the ground, we are grounded, but in flight, if the outer pane cracks, we can continue operation. If the inner pane cracks, we have to descend very quickly. I've got that the right way around. Yeah, there's 2 panes there. So yeah, on the walk around, we got back and the FO. No, sorry, the FO I was the FO. Captain said, "No, we're not going anywhere." I was like, "Why? Look at this!" And it just appeared here. It wasn't arcing; it was just a crack here, like that. I'm like, oh great! But thankfully, they had spare aircraft, so that was probably the strange thing. But no, bird strikes. I've had a few bird strikes. We usually if there's an engineer on station before the walk around, if we're at an outstation where there's no engineering cover, the captain can perform a bird strike inspection, and so long as there is no damage, the aircraft can be dispatched and released by the captain. That would never be the case if there is an engineer on site. They'd always perform the inspection. If we have had a bird strike impact, so long as there is no damage, we can again dispatch. But if there's any size of damage, we can't go anyway. That's what you're most likely to see. Thank you so much. Maybe one day I'll get used to this. Bought a beach towel. Beach towel flying off the shelf there. Well, thank you so much to whoever that was. I couldn't read the comment below. I'm going to try and catch up on that now. Amazing. Thank you very much to whoever that was. Oh, I'd love someone to quote it. Well, excellent. You'll be looking very cool wherever you're going on holiday. Miami, Havana, Honolulu. Everyone will be like, ooh, flight deck to sim merch. Amazing. Thank you so much. Don't forget, guys, as well, got a chance of winning the Alpaca Airways hoodie or flight deck sim hoodie later after landing in Hobart. Thank you, whoever that was. JPF1 off to bed. Have a good buttery landing. Going to watch the stream later. Bye. Thanks for popping in, buddy. That's very kind. Anthony, any close alpaca call-outs on your real-life flights? No, I've been actually good. I've been good. On my little crib sheet, we always have a piece of paper just to put on the control card.
50,
put in big letters
40,
by operator, just to
30,
make sure.
20, 10.
Thank you, Pajo MD for the €2. He says, great videos, keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Pajo or Pajo MD. Very kind of you, sir. Thank you. And probably good morning for you if you just paid in euros. Good morning to you. Nate Blaze says, wow, nice Cockpit. It's nice. It's the overhead panel from hell, though. There's a lot going on there. But no, it's again, I'm not an A300 guy, so when we set this up, I can't tell you in detail what each system is doing. I'm sort of following the checklist included, but the configuration and the way the systems work are very similar to the 737. So the electrics are working like that. The fuel pumps are on, providing fuel for the applicable tanks. You've got engine bleed, providing pressurization.
Brisbane Radio, welcome back.
Temperature for the cabin. So yeah, the system's working in the same way. A chatted a fly deck to sand beach towel. Amazing. I don't know who that was that bought it, thank you. Commander says, I find the Zero overhead to be a nightmare. Ah, well yeah, I suppose I know it, don't I? It is a little bit, it's a bit old school, a bit archaic. But it works, it works. Right, on a flight, I think we best start setting up for this approach into Hobart, ladies and gentlemen. So, what I shall do is get the charts up here. Runway 12 in use, I should think. Now we actually have Aegis available. Runway 12, maintain 200 knots or less below 5,000 feet. 180 at 12 knots. 10k, a few showers in the vicinity. Scanner 600, broken at 1400. QNH 1013. Okay, not bad. Snapshot, just noticed EIEIO. Yeah, that's Moen. That's Moen for you. Lots of little Easter eggs and other things. His liveries he makes. Flight deck to sit out of farm. Not singing it. Not singing it. Yankee Mike Hotel Bravo. So arrival we're expecting is going to be an Iplit 5 Alpha. Let's go for ILS Zulu 12. And the airport. So landing on runway 12, vacating at Delta it's doable. But we're going to have to brake quite hard. I think I might do it just to help ATC out. Otherwise, you'd have to do a backtrack on the runway, or go to the end and do a backtrack, 180 backtrack. Tax per kilo not available for aircraft. That's fine. That's over there. Golf Hotel Delta between Taxi Alpha and Hotel not available for wide-body aircraft, which is us, unless approved prior to aerodrome operator. Hopefully Jim sent that letter. I gave Jim a letter saying, can we get approval to vacate at Delta? For our wide-body jet. Hopefully got the approval. Well, hopefully he wrote back. Jim hasn't said anything to me today yet.
Overhead position peak of the contact moment center 123 decimal today.
Overhead contact mobile center
Cool.
123 decimal 8.
Oh, Magpie, it was you that purchased the tower. Oh, Magpie, that was very kind of you. Thank you so much for that. He says thanks as well. I missed your message though, Magpie. I missed what you said. It's very kind. John Platform, that farm had some chickens. Brilliant. Excellent. Right, so the charts we need. Let's now have a look at the checklist. So it's in preparation. Check the ECAM memo and status. Anything to be brought to your attention. So status, econ flow selected is the only thing it's saying. Weather and landing information obtained. We just grabbed the ATIS from information Golf, which I'll make a note of now. QNH 1013, ILS 12. We know about the information there. And we'll make that note of 200 knots or below. 200 knots below 5,000 feet. So that is noted. Landing elevation set 0 feet, fuel checked. So we have done our fuel checks. We have 14.2, and we should be arriving with, what's under menu page? Mode page, 10 tons. Okay, we need 7 tons to divert to Melbourne. So we've got 3 tons, about 30 minutes. We need an extra hour's worth of fuel. I'm glad I took an hour's worth now. Touching down at midnight, no delay, so in 45 minutes. That's fine. So FMS, it says ensure departure arrival runway selected and SID star, which we've done. We'll brief that shortly. Let's step through that now, and then we'll do the landing performance. Thanks for subscribing. Lost shoes. I hope you find them. Thank you very much for your subscription. Welcome aboard, buddy. Coming in from Iplet. Iplet, we're going to be going to Sunik, got to be below 10,000 feet at 250 knots, which checks in the flight management computer. Then to Bebek, below 8,000 feet, that checks as well. Now you can see on the ATIS it said 200 knots below 5,000 feet. Now if you look here untapped, there's no level restriction, but it says to be at 5,880. So what I'm going to do is put 200 knots in here. So by the time we get to that waypoint at around 5,000... Wait, hold on. We're in an Airbus, so I'm going to press that first. 800 feet above 5,000, 5,800, we'll already be doing 200 knots. There we are, so ATC will be happy with us there. Brad says Melbourne. Thanks for subscribing, Richard Peters. Welcome. So that's done. What was going to untap is to Buskar. 200 knots again at that point, 4,650 feet. You have to plan up.
169 overhead position peak up, contact moment center 123 decimal 8. Good day.
Keyboard issues went at the start. I think it was something to do with the FPS on stand. And then there's a lot of input lag. Keyboard's working perfectly now. Right, Bebek, untap Busker as briefed. Now, what else does it mention on this arrival? RMP 1, elevation sea level, transition level 110, class D airspace. We checked the routing already. Iplet, Sonic, and the restrictions. 8,000 feet, Busker, turn left, Iasudaloy.
Last
Yankee.
station.
1.
That was way too fast. Copy it.
Motor mouth. There we are. So that's the arrival briefed. Let's have a look at the ILS approach then. So Hobart ILS Zulu via Busker, and there is Busker. So we're just going to step through the waypoints here. We go from Busker to Burner. Burner's at 2,120 feet. That checks as well.
Plus 1320.
Angle is this? 3 degrees by the looks of it. Yeah, it's 3 degrees in the FMS, down to the runway point as well. So I'm happy with how the FMS is coded. That will take us all the way down. Now let's check the top of the briefing strip and get the aircraft configured. So, MSA highest to the west, 5,600. ILS frequency is 109.9, so you tune the ILS. What's it easy? Here, 109.9, course 120. No, 120, so frequency courses. Minimums then. So we've got 2 ways of setting this. MDA, which is going to be on the takeoff approach page, that is 220 feet. It also says set decision height as well, so that's 208. We'll call that 210. That way we'll get the applicable minimum score. So that's all set. RVR required. Full approach lights 0.8 kilometres, 800 metres. So that's all set. Looking good. Jill Peters finally catching a live stream. Excellent content as usual. Thank you very much. Welcome to the live. And thanks for subscribing as well. Live stream and subscribing. Oh, I had to wait until this time. Thank you, buddy. So we're absolutely fine with frequencies courses minimum set. If we have to go around flap 20 in the 300. I can't remember. No, because we've got 20, 15, 20 as a landing configuration. I might go around flap 15, set ground thrust, gear up, then heading select, climb to 4,000 feet as directed, otherwise it's runway track there. Cool. Missed approach climb gradients. To stay within the required airspace, CTA containment is 4.2%, so a little bit steeper. There's no landing performance calculated included with the A300, but missed approach climb gradients is based off single engine performance over the sea. We're not going to have any issues. And again, this is to do with airspace, to make sure you're in airspace there. If you want to circle, can't do it to the south, so you'd have to make a left turn. That's not an issue today. There we are, so we briefed the ILS. Landing performance then, 2,700 metres. And where is the chart of the runway links? I can't find it. Well, we're a little bit less beyond the threshold. Delta's ambitious. What do you reckon, guys? Delta, I'm going to probably have to go order brake max. I would cook the brakes. Landing weight's around 130 tons. What I'll do is go full flaps. Flap 30-40, V approach 143. Correction, so fly. V approach is the speed you'll fly, I think, 148. And we'll go full flaps. It's quite fast, quite heavy. And there's that spurious RA again. That's because an aircraft was just going underneath us, 5,000 feet. There it is. Cook them brakes. Okay then, you know what? I love that. I love it. Order brake max, max reverse thrust, and we'll do our best to help ATC out and vacate at Delta. How does that sound? Throw out the anchor on touchdown. Love it. Ambitious. And again, usually here, it wouldn't be an issue. There wouldn't be the sort of capacity here. Now, very unusual. I don't understand why we had those massive delays. I mean, those big delays for departures probably allowed us not to have to worry about holding. But I'm looking at the VATSIM map into Hobart at the moment. There's no holding whatsoever. It's just a steady flow of traffic. Steady flow of traffic. There was a big delay at the start there. But they've done well. It's all there. Davson, no floating on touchdown. Yes, sir. Icefire, auto brake 5, engage parking brake touchdown. Brilliant. Before the drag chute. On the chutes. Amazing, amazing. So yeah, landing performance is done. On the 737, you calculate your landing weight by working out the amount of fuel you need to burn, but I think that takes that into account, so you just have to select the flaps, which is pretty cool. There we are, I think we're all good. What else have we not done? FMS loaded, checked the performance, approach briefing's done, briefed the go around as well. Just need to wait for descent.
Zealand 5 Alpha Charlie, repeat transmission.
Two tons might have had to delay due to gap in staff along the route. Possibly, yeah, they might have not had anyone on the
Zealand
frequency.
5 Alpha Charlie, acknowledged, advised, requested altitude. Zealand 5
Lauren, 2,700 metres runway with backtrack required. This is an idle reverse low order brake situation. Lauren, where's the fun in that? We want to vacate at Delta. That's not 2,700 metres. And that is simply because the amount of traffic in the event. But yeah, I mean, if we were empty, Delta and a 737 would be no problem.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Brisbane Radio.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, go ahead.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, overhead Peacock, contact Brisbane, accurate Melbourne Centre 123.8, good day.
Melbourne Centre 123.8, and thanks to the event, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, bye.
Silver Wings 201, Silver Wings.
There we are, so we're now contacting Melbourne Centre. What I was saying there, Anthony, that's what I saw.
Melbourne, Alpaca 55 Lima.
Loud.
Alpaca 55 Lima.
Yes, you can control the volume there, fantastic. Hello Anthony, Magnum Ice Cream, Heineken, what a mix, and a flight deck sim stream.
Well into Brisbane airspace by now. We never got a handoff.
Beats Eddie Purple Club on a Saturday night. Thank you, Anthony. Very kind of you doing, man. Enjoy your Magnum and Heineken. What a mixture.
To control the change, so you might have got lost in the mix there. Contact radio 128.
Lauren, the spacing they're giving is plenty enough
No
for a lengthy
problem at all.
backtrack. Challenge, do the challenge.
G'day, mate.
You saw chat. They wanted Max braking, vacate to Delta. Melbourne, good morning. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, maintaining flight level 360 direct to Pecop.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Centre, today.
Is it good day? Chad, don't forget to run the butter boat. I'll try. List of pretty realistic procedures to your flight sim experience. Hey, gotta have a bit of fun with the sim.
Hello to this one.
It's the sim, breaks are free, absolutely.
Past Peacock at time 22, correction 20. Question calling, so again, call sign.
For actually 4 hours now on the stream.
Yes,
Saw that delay at the start as well. Feels like I've been sat at the PC all day.
Swiss 169
I'm testing.
Centre, good day, start clearance available.
It's not good morning, it's g'day.
Swiss 169, sorry, taken.
What is it? What do you call it, girlfriend?
169,
my Sheila.
Start clearance available when you read the copy.
I'll go
yeah,
throw some chicken on the barbie. I don't want to upset the Australians here.
Swiss 169, you're cleared the
Who
Hitler
here
5
watched
Alpha arrival, runway 12. When ready, descend flight level 130.
Australia Zoo? Steve Irwin. He passed away. He was killed by a stingray of all the animals. But I used to watch Steve Irwin a lot when I was growing up, sort of 10, 11 years old. And I remember seeing the movie he did as well. If you really want to press ATC, pronounce it Melbourne. Okay. Mo and Paul Leffy would be amazing on fastest finger first. He wants to be in there. He's a quick-figured moderator who stops any of that stuff being popping up.
250 knots, sorry.
Yeah, there's Pecop. Let's do one more fuel check. Where are you, Pecop? Right up the top there. 2 hours 14, and we are 2 hours.
2 Hotel Bravo, start clearance available.
Ready to copy. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, start clearance is the Iplet 5 Alpha arrival, runway 12. When ready, descend flight level 130.
Iplet 5 Alpha, runway 12. When ready, descend flight level 130. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Excellent. So as expected, and as briefed, flight level 130 set. And I think I can pull it now and it won't descend, but I'll do it just before the white arrow, so I think we're good. Anyway, Pecop fuel check. We're running about 15 minutes late with the time as planned. We should have 9.2 on board. We've got 13.2, so 4 tons extra. So we've lost a ton extra, and that was to do with all the orbits after departure. That makes sense there. So we are, as planned, all looking good. Welcome to Australia. Shrimp on the barbie. How are you doing, James? Crocodile Dundee as well, yeah. Amazing. Brad, I love how foreigners still think we live in the 80s. The Crocodile Hunter was amazing. I noticed that shot. You and I have a similar age to enjoyed that show. And I think his son now has a similar show, doesn't he? Or he runs the Australia Zoo now. Yeah. That and years ago, Discovery had another channel called Discovery Wings. I mean, this is like in the early 2000s, late 90s. They had an aviation discovery channel called Discovery Wings. It was so cool. It literally just shows about aviation and flying. It was so good. And they had a series by the Iron Maiden, who's the Iron Maiden guy, he's got a 747 license. He had a series, and I remember watching it. It was amazing. So cool. His missus runs it, and daughter runs the Australian Zoo. Bindi. Very cool. Internet Kev loved Discovery Weeks. That was epic, wasn't it? Epic, watch out. They had stuff all about US Air Force, like B-2 Spirit. Bruce Dickinson, oh my god, I wasn't before his name.
Melbourne Centre, good day.
Yeah, Bruce, I always remember Bruce Dickinson. He did this one episode when he was like flying a simulator, and he was really exaggerating it, and he landed the 727 at night, and the engine failed. He was like pulling the parking brake, trying to stop this stuff. It was very exaggerated. Everything. It's quite funny. But he flew his 747 on the tour.
5 Alpha arrival, runway 12. When ready, descend flight level 130.
Right. Anyway, flying question. Approaching our top of 7.20 now. He did say when ready. I've got a funny feeling. I pull this.
7,000.
Change the FMAs. Watch this. So, is it a pull or a push? No, maybe a push. No, a pull. P descent. I think that's correct, and I think that now means.
Alpaca 894, Melbourne Centre.
It'll automatically descend. Oh, Alpaca 894 has been radio issues all day.
Go ahead.
There he is.
Alpaca 894, descend 7,000.
7,000, Alpaca 894.
A saucer day. Every time I see the big red lever in the sim, I get reminded. Yeah, Bruce Dickinson 747 skipper. They used to have a bar in the Algarve. Amazing. N2 now Airbusing. Push, pull, pull, push, shrug. It's pretty much in that order as well. But I think as long as we've got P descent in blue, it'll initiate its descent automatically. We'll soon find out. Can we actually see Tasmania yet? I don't think we can. Good. Matt Surly, behave yourself. I'm not going to say what you said.
50, 40,
Oh,
30,
Jay.
20, 10.
Thanks, man. Thanks for $10, buddy.
I'm awake to see a stream and it's in my home country. That must be worth a donation.
Thank you very much, AJ20. I'm just about awake, approaching midnight here. Very kind. Thank you so much. AJ20, a member of my channel. He's our residential engineer. He's an engineer maintaining 737s and A320s. And he's been so helpful in answering many of the queries, and even I have, about the 737 especially. So thank you very much, Shutdown. Only a donation. Your continued support as a member. Thanks a lot, buddy. And good morning to you. Amazing. I hate you, Brian, Mr. Jane. Don't like the new Dodo voices. Now, when it descend.
Alpaca to Hotel Bravo, make your speed on descent to 80 knots and greater.
Our conversion speed to 80 knots, Alpaca to Hotel Bravo. How do I tell the A300 to do that?
Silver Arrow 201 for sequencing, make your descent speed to 50 knots or less.
Moment. Ooh, immediate descent. I think I push that now. Go. How do I? Well, I can bug it if I can't work out how to do it in profile mode. Oh, I think it's going. Vertical deviation. It's popped up. There's the white arrow.
894 descent.
So I'm going to monitor it initially, see what it's actually going to target. If not, I can just bug it manually. There we are. Top of descent, ladies and gentlemen in chat. We are leaving flight number 360 after 2 hours 36 minutes. Snapshot Bowen. Fast fingered first, probably Paul Bear as well. Thanks guys for keeping it tight. So at the moment we're maintaining a fixed MAC number.
7154.
So
Good
76.
day, star clearance available.
Oh no, actually the blue arrows. We're slow.
Oh, second,
Moving
put it in
towards our
154.
actual speed.
And this is on 154. I have the star clearance available when you're ready to
Up
copy.
to our vertical deviation. I thought we
No,
were in
go ahead,
profile
but
mode.
it's in a
Why we
154.
ended up 600
This is
feet high?
154. Star
Interesting.
clearance is the
I should have thought it would have started descent being bang on profile straight away. But it's catching back up with it.
12. When ready,
400 feet,
descend
there we are. You
130.
see the, it's sort of exactly the same as the VNAV diamond.
Okay, descend via the 8-5 Alpha arrival. Expect
Silver Wings is very close behind. Now that is an airline that didn't last long. They had, is it Silver Wings or Silver Jets? They had two 767s, all business class, based in Luton.
Charlie Zulu,
I think it was Silver Jet, not Silver Wings. That was, interesting airline. Right, so he was 280 knots. So what I'm going to do is let's just try level change and bug 280. I just want to see what that's going to do to our profile. I'm going to probably put us slightly below it if we stay this speed. So actually, let's go vertical speed. Let's change that.
Let 5 Alpha arrival for runway 12.
Might just use vertical speed to stay on the profile. 80's happy because we're flying the speedy ones.
4328.
On our profile.
Descend 9000. Hobart QNH 1013.
I thought you would descend to clear 130, 120 set the MCP. Was that correct, John? In that case, we'll confirm the cleared flight level. It's exactly if GML speed that. Let's speak much.
Descend 5000. Contact Hobart Tower 118.1.
So what makes Hobart quite difficult for controllers is there's no radar, so it's purely procedural. They're based on us giving position reports and ETAs. It was flight level 130. I believe you then. I'll change that. I can't remember how to find out what your target speed in descent is. I can see your profile, I can see the distance to destination and where we've left, but I can't find any information about target speeds. We could just do it old school, but I remember talking to guys from iniBuilds. Profile mode isn't like VNAV in a 737. Yes, it will follow a fixed path, but it is a system that is nowhere near as accurate as it is in the NG. And I think on one of the videos they made where they had a Monarch guy or an A300 pilot, they said they never use, well, they hardly use profile mode. It was just a very simple function. They always use level change and vertical speed. So we'll monitor and use the information based on the vertical deviation to sort of control it. It seems to be still getting away from us, so I'll just set 1600 feet per minute. Let's sort of fly the deviation using vertical speed. Because we're still total distance 117 miles, so we want to be around 33,000 feet, and we're below that, so just about 1,000 feet per minute. Just testing as Captain, absolutely. John, you've been here long enough to know. I like to test you guys, little quirks, things I look like I just forgotten, but no, I'm testing you. Yes. Sorry about the flickering clouds. There's a graphics card thing. Usually if you zoom in and zoom out, it seems to fix most of them. There you go. Just a few flickering around.
1611, good day, you're identified. Climb flight level 370.
.280. Profiles again going back up, so I'm just going to press profile and see what it does speed target wise, but again I have no idea how to update it. Vulcan bugs, MGS1, I think this is an issue with graphics cards, the flickering clouds, and the NVIDIA, well, maybe my series graphics cards, but I think it's quite common, or a well-known issue, a common issue. Right, profile. Target speed's 260, so I'm going to stay in vertical speed. So I don't think I can add thrust, no. in this mode. So in that case I'll stay at vertical speed and just control it to maintain the profile that way, and then that way the auto throttle can maintain 280 knots for us. Cool. Blue Maskers, love the General Electrics. These are Pratt & Whitney's, but I'm not so good with my jet engines.
Melbourne said I've lost in 2011, passing 5,000, climbing flight level 180. See 2011, Melbourne Center, good day, identified, climb flight level 370. Climb flight level 370, lost in 2011.
Matt said, what do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick. I think I've heard that one before. That's not what is it? So
Arrow 201, sequencing, turn right 30 degrees and report new heading.
Oxstuff just dropping to say I walked an alpaca in the Lake District on Monday. Very cool. I've been alpaca walking as well.
New Zealand 4328, descent by the star 5,000. Descent by the star 5,000.
Downloaded some lovely ortho for Hobart on the eastern side of the island. Hopefully you'll enjoy a bit of that. I know it's pretty dull weather.
New Zealand 4328 contacts Hobart Tower 118.
19010 10k scattered 600 broken 600. We ain't gonna see much. And that we learned this morning, because I've never seen on the Met, is recent rainfall on the rainfall amounts.
Descent 9,000 Hobart QNH 1013.
So yeah, the profile mode is giving a very shallow descent. Very shallow descent. We're doing about 1,300 feet per minute at the moment. Matt been in town for just over a week now. Can confirm dad jokes are now mandatory. And Nathan, what bothers me about the clouds that they part like theatre curtains instead of allowing the aircraft to fly through it. They do a little bit, but I've seen it when you're in the external view, but for me it's realistic enough.
Fair 169, descent 7,000.
Yes, Matt Surley wanted to name the daughter Tara. It's very amusing. As in T-A-R-A.
2011, confirmed tracking direct takeoff. We're still on our runway heading, but we can track direct takeoff, so lost in 2011. Lost in 2011, position 95 miles to the west of Peacock, track direct takeoff. Okay, tracking direct takeoff.
So, I just realised something is this profile mode working to get us to 10,000 feet as soon as it should be. I'm just having a look at the yellow banana though. It's putting us there.
Alpaca to Hotel Bravo, descent 9,000, Hobart QNH 1013.
Descend 9,000 feet, the QNH 1013, Alpaca to Hotel Bravo. 9,000 feet set QNH 1013. Passing 18,600, 9,000. The standby altimeter is set. Okay, that's looking okay. 9,000 feet just after Sunak. Remember that restriction at Sunak to be at below 10,000. There it is. So our limitation of 2D sprites for clouds. That's very technical. Still been FPS in flights in 2020, so I'm not complaining. Yeah, performance is great, but There's always the big debate.
40,
You know, you don't
30,
have to love one and hate the
20,
other. They're both great sims
10.
in their own, and they have their own merits, of course. Thank you, Michael Gustav, $2. It's his first time here. Greetings from Brooklyn, New York City. Very, very cool. Thank you so much for watching it from New York. We're having a great evening there. We've just started our descent to somewhere very far away from New York, in Hobart in Australia. Thank you very much for tuning in first time. Welcome to the show. But in flight, the idea of flying into Tasmania makes me sentimental. Is where I first met my wife 12 years ago. You're getting all soppy on me as babies being born, wives being met, all reminded over here at Flight Into Sims channel, on the Flight Into Sim channel. There we are. So, cycle the seatbelt signs on. Oh, they're already off. Still no fuel, 12 tons.
Back. With arrows 201, position 30 miles to the northeast of inlet. Route of navigation, track direct inlet.
Hi, Zach's Gaming from Australia. Good evening to you.
Descent,
level
Five
change
star
now,
5000,
a bit too beyond.
Contact Hobart.
Idle thrust here, accelerating a little bit on 280 with that rate of descent. I'm just going to level change 280, we'll start bringing that speed to 250 or below shortly. Let's do a fly past.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, descend 7000.
Descend 7,000 feet, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. 7,000 feet set. John, it's always cloudy and explain. I don't recall many clear sectors. Well, it's following live weather, and if it is clear where it is, it generally is clear as well. So we should now be overhead the island now. As you see, it is cloudy. Is that sea? No, that's land. Excellent. It's the middle of the winter here in Australia, Southern Australia. The flight indoor's been open the whole flight. It's a minor security issue. The sun doesn't get that high in the sky, so you can see, look. Where is the sun behind us? Well, we're approaching the middle of the morning, but there's not many hours of daylight this time of year. So you can't see the ground that clearly, unfortunately. Well, all that lovely author I downloaded, if I actually pop my head out the window, it might be a bit clearer. Looks great. That's better. According to all the metars outside the stage reports, QNH rather than inches of mercury. I think the difference is between the two. I don't think many places outside the States have inches of mercury as the main reference. I think most people are referencing hectopascals. But no, we've definitely been to a few places where they've used inches of mercury outside the States. Right, 250 knots. Going down at 1,000 feet. We don't want to miss this restriction here. We need to be level at below 10,000 feet at Oceanic. Good. We can do the post-cruise checks now. In fact, it's what I want to do because it's not too much on the checklist. Let's fire this one up here. So. approach there. We'll do the post-cruise checks. Now, we've made 10,000, so let's now go level change for 250. And we have fuel, total of 12 tons. Lights can come on.
Okay, Bravo, descend by start 5,000 and contact Hobart, Tower 118.1. Have a good day.
Send 5,000 feet and Tower 118.1, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Bye. There we are, so finish these checks now. 250 knots, be below 7,000 feet. Bebex, we need to go. Oh no, below 8,000.
All stations, Hobart, terminal information, India now current changes wind 190 degrees at 9 knots. Cloud view 800, broken 1,800, QNH 1014, information India.
So information India now, QNH 1014 is set 3 times. Checks complete, so looking good. We'll check with town. Hobart Tower, very good morning, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. We're descending to 5,000 feet, just past Oceanic. We just copied your information, QNH 1014.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, good morning. Keep it going down 5,000.
Send 5,000 feet, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. All RAF stations use QFE, not QNH, just a fact not a lot of people know. I didn't know that snapshot. So all their out temperatures are always 0 feet references.
This is just not going to work, so thanks for your help anyways, yeah.
Oh dear.
No worries, let's get it sorted out.
Poor guy. Or girl, not sure. Hello Hobart. Good anyway. So remember we want to bring that speed to 200 knots below 5,000 feet as well. Turn on the ILS now. Actually, does it make it easier to go easier in a circle? Always looking to wind up everyone. I'm only joking, it's very funny.
Victor Charlie Papa Romeo vacated flight.
New Zealand 4328, runway 12, cleared line.
Cleared to land, runway 12, New Zealand 4328.
So we're going to do is our best, yes.
Victor Zilla Whiskey, taxi Delta.
We'll do our best to vacate at Delta, I think we can do it. But if we float too much, we'll just stop as soon as possible just to help us out. Help AC out there, I don't know how busy they are. Just having a look here on the VATSIM map, sort of cheating really. Yeah, there is traffic right behind us. There's also traffic right ahead of us as well.
169 from Bosky, cleared ILS Zilla, approach runway 12, report established.
Based on that, I'm actually going to bring the speed back nice and early. 200 knots below 5,000 anyway. Lawrence, I can't believe it's still live near midnight on a Saturday. It's getting a little bit late. We were due to land, if we had not had any technical issues at the start, at 10 past 11 UK time. So I'm already right now 45 minutes over the schedule. And we haven't landed quite yet. Not to worry, these things do happen.
Silver Arrows 201,
late
good morning.
UK and nearly midnight. 200 knots, that's just about above the flaps 1 speed, but we want to start configuring, so approaching localizer intercept. There's the traffic ahead, 1,000,000 miles ahead, so that's why I was a little bit earlier bringing the speed back. Might as well be going around. Should I just read the go around guidance? That's landing technique, go around flaps, go around lever, bottom left screw on the FCU. Follow through on levers, but it can be very slow to increase the thrust on this. We've got to be careful with that. Misapproach 4,000 feet, that's briefed. And it's going to be difficult for them to slot us in. Well, no, it's not going to be difficult to slot us in. There's literally, in our little group, 4 left. There's only about 4 aircraft left to land. Ooh, am I meant to have flaps below the green dot? I think I am. Let's select flaps 1. Yeah, that was the closest. Whoops.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Lawrence Draper. Very kind. And amusing.
Overtime bonus.
Thanks a lot, Lawrence, for the 4 Morrison's. There we are, overtime. I'm getting overtime work at Morrison's as well. A bit. Thanks, Lawrence. Very kind of you. You're doing well. And thanks for subscribing Tankadas as well. Tankadas. Right, let's... Localize just yet.
Chris 169, continue approach number 2.
So vertical speeds, 200 knots.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, descend 4,200, report approaching Busker.
Report 4,200 and report Busker, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Is that 200 or 300? Well, I said 4,200, you seemed happy. Yes, that's the platform. So a little bit below profile here. Traffic isn't too far ahead. What's the temperature outside? 8 degrees, a little bit of engine anti-ice. Turn the music off. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo approaching Busker at 200 knots.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo from Busker cleared ILS Zulu approach runway 12, report established.
After Busker cleared ILS, approach ILS Zulu approach runway 12, report established. Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. So localizer arms, 17 miles. By the time we get to 10 miles, we'll be on the glide slope. Job pilots get time and a half overtime. No wonder there's no any delays. No, when I went to Morrison's, there's no no time and a half. You imagine if we got paid extra for time and a half. We get paid based off the scheduled block time, so not actual flight time. So it's not in our interest to run late. Localize arrive, localize and capture. Runway heading is 120. Biceps live. So I'm getting any speed control. Traffic seems to be sufficiently far ahead. So what we're going to do is take another natural flops. We'll bug 180. Be cleared approach. Smart land.
Very good afternoon. This is New Zealand
154, capture.
Descending through 10,000 for 5,000.
Missed approach altitude 4.
New Zealand 154, good morning to you.
Feet. Set.
Swiss 169 on runway 12, cleared land.
Clear to land, runway 12, Swiss 169. 432, clear runway 12.
New Zealand 432, taxi to bay.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, Spanish ILS Zulu, runway 180 knots at 13 miles.
Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo, continue approach number 2.
Continue approach, Alpaca 2 Hotel Bravo. Perfect!
Savaro is 201, descend 4,200, report approaching Busker.
200, report at Busker for
Rosie, have you ever found that there's a particular aircraft in your fleet that you prefer flying over others for whatever reason, if they're both even if they're both NGs? Some have some of the quirks, but genuinely I like flying the older ones. I find with the older ones, hold on, that's not ortho, that looks a bit default. Is that default?
Again.
Oh, what happened to my ortho? I swear I tried that and it was fine. I'm a bit disappointed about that. Honestly, the older aircraft I like flying more because they're a little bit more bedded in, not so stiff. Like the brand new aircraft are very stiff and heavy. But no, it's not a particular wrench.
1 and 2, I don't appear to have a call pipeline system for you. Just confirm you appear to be logged on as Tango Sierra Zulu 888. So just make sure you're logged on as the right call sign.
Got a new call sign. Right, let's have a look here at the pre-landing checklist there. So on approach sign set, briefings confirmed, income status checked out to descent, ignition is required, off. Down on approach required, anti-skid slams will be set as well as spoilers are. It's not max braking set. Simon, what happened to the long delays getting in here? I know, holding and orbits. It's like nothing. Straight in. Yeah, that doesn't look like ortho. Is it? No, it is ortho, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it is ortho. It looks very defaulty. I'm just looking here. That yeah, that's definitely ortho. You wouldn't get these buildings, would you?
Mainland 012 knows you're cleared to Queenstown via Adcost plan direct expect runway 12. Climb initially flight level 180, squawk 1475.
Dilda Lim, welcome aboard. Active sky textures or default active sky textures? Abundant for clouds. Right, I'll start configuring. Gear down.
201, cleared island, civil approach runway 12, report established.
1520. We'll start bugging our final approach speed now. Which was 147.
Landing 012, thanks.
Flaps 3040 coming in. Landing checklist. So there's no star switches within continuous. Recalls checked, there's no blue lights there. Speed brakes armed. Landing gear down 3 green. Order brakes set to max. Flaps we have 3040 and waiting for landing.
01 just confirm that's cleared island, civil approach runway 12.
Runway's clear. He's vacated.
Now back at 2 Hotel Bravo, runway 12, clear to land.
Runway 12 clear to land, out back at 2 Hotel Bravo. Landing clearance is in, ladies and gentlemen. Your landing rate guess is in. What do you reckon? Tell me quickly, are we going to try and make that exit still? I think we should do. Fun.
New Zealand 154, descent 4,200.
Disconnecting.
Descent 4,200 and report passenger Busca, New Zealand 154.
And New Zealand 154, reduce speed 200 knots or less.
200 or less.
No floating for Delta X-way. Delta exit taxiway. Let's get the speed back to 147 here. A bit low on speed. That's better. So I don't actually know how to turn off the manual thrust blinking message after I disconnect the order from it. I'd like to know if we can actually clear that some way. Good. Fully stabilised. Landing check is complete. Happy's look at 2 reds, 2 eyes on. Line on localizer on speed. Jim hopefully would say 500 continue, even though it's oh no, actually showing slightly fly left, slightly right of centre line here. Watch out for the mods, the drop list. What that is, I'm going to look away from chat now.
201,
Tad high, there we
speed
are.
up for me, that'd be great.
Keeping it descending. Oh, I can already see Delta. Right. Try and get as buttering on the touchdown zone as possible. The brake's already set to max.
100.
Keep descending. Check. Close.
5.
Oh, not going to make Delta. Come on. Speed brakes up. Reverse. As max brakes 100 knots. 80 knots. No problem. Brakes off 60 knots, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it around 154 cleared island, zero approach runway 12, report established.
Yes. A butter, a delta. Get it. Just can't teach that, ladies and gentlemen. Brakes are on fire, tyres are melting as we speak. But we've done it at Zealand minimum approach speed. We've helped him out massively. We'll be very grateful. Crowd's going wild.
Now back to Hotel Bravo, welcome to Hobart, Taxi Bay.
Thank you, Taxi Bay, back to Hotel Bravo. Wait. Right, we're now going to go find somewhere to park. We'll take the next right. Superb, flaps up. And speed brakes are stoned.
So we're at 201, keep the speed up as long as you can, runway 12, clear to land.
See, look, we'd still be backtracking 180, we'd be upsetting everyone, causing go-arounds. I'd have Australians chasing me. Effing chat for the brakes. Yes, I'm going to preempt this one. Brake fans on. Let's have a look here for the wheels. Yeah, they'd be roasting. The auto brake was very effective though. 205 degrees, 210, and probably increasing rapidly. And taxiing on the grass might help cool the brakes down, but ill-advised. I'll take the next left here. Anchor Delta. Lovely. Well, a few technical issues at the start, but it seems excellent. I'm questioning a little bit of the delays and stuff, but yeah, take this exit here. Sorry, this stand here. APU's coming on. Information about the scenery is all in the video description. I forgot to put the taxi lights on. Never mind, we're on stand now. Welcome to Hobart. Ah, yes, brakes are hot, are they? Disregard. There we are. All stopped. Parking brake is set. APU is available. Engine anti-ice can come off. Turn that off as well. 2 blues then, 1 red. I have to say it, even though I can't see it. Engine's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tasmania, Hobart. Local time is... Professional streamer here. Where's my time thing? Local time in Hobart is... where is it? At 9:02 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, can't believe I got a butter in there. And a real butter right on the touchdown zone. Don't do that every day. Alexander Malik, how do I join Alpaca Airlines? Feel free to join me on any live stream using the call sign VCP Alpaca. If you want to join in the members only group flight, the monthly members only group flight, that is for members only. If you are interested in becoming a member, click on the old join button, you can find all the information there. 7-second float, not bad at all. Remember that float though includes from over the threshold, I think. So yeah, it was pretty good.
50,
a little bit of a
40,
30, that's very kind of you, Jordan.
20,
Thank you so much
10.
For your continued support as a member and another donation coming in there.
Thank you for coming down for the event.
Thank you.
Good to have you down this way! ! _FT2 Alpaca.
I'm sorry, Microsoft Blake. What was that? ! FD2S Alpaca. Thanks you very much. Oh my, I don't know what that was all about. Thanks for subscribing as well, SBG Tech, very kind. Thank you, Jordan, for your donation there. Excellent that you took Concorde as well. Amazing. I'm so sorry that we were meant to be a little bit closer together, I think, as well. The flight we would have beaten everyone anyway, but thanks a lot for inviting, I guess, and joining on the stream. Amazing. Yeah. Right, just turn that off here. I've just disconnected from VATSIM because it's busy there. Free up the stands. Robson said fantastic. Very accidental. Not at all, Frederica. What are you on about? Pro streamer here. Nice one. Lots of butter emojis. Excellent. Your predictions, guys, just too high. Minus 140, minus 180, minus 160. Where are you going? Where are you going with that one? Domino Mosina, turn on the brake fan. That was inevitable. Snapshot, 7-second float. I know, but it doesn't actually go from where you started to check. It does it quite early, so a little bit long. Meanwhile, all the passengers are pressed up against the cockpit door. Yeah, they're currently peeling off their faces from the seat rests ahead there. Laura said, I have asked Tower to roll to the end in an A321 XXL. Really weren't happy with me taking Delta, that's for sure. Amazing. Thanks for becoming a member though today. Very generous. We'll catch up with you soon. Commander Jed, I hope it said unbelievable. Matt Shelley says fresh shrimp on the brakes. Yeah, screw going for a barbecue. We'll just cook our food on around the brakes. Amazing. Tron says, can I replay that landing? Absolutely, we're coming in very shortly with that. Amazing. Well then, guys, don't forget, we're doing a little bit of a giveaway today. So let me just turn the strobe lights off. Here for a little bit of realism. Beacon off, strobes off. So, I've been lowering the doors and the stands, but that doesn't work with the replay as well. But if you would like to win an official Alpaca Airways or Flight Deck to Sim hoodie, listen carefully, okay? Because all you need to do is answer a very simple question in chat for your chance to win it. And if you are the lucky winner, all I ask is for you to get in contact with me via social media, and we'll arrange getting that merchandise sent to you. What I usually do is send you the cost of the transfer the funds for you to purchase it directly, so you don't have to share personal details. So let me just get that set up in the background. Not a very original question. It's something very simple for anyone to answer. Anyone can take part. Make sure when you answer in chat the correct answer, please put it in chat only once. If you do it more than once, you'll have absolutely no chance of winning the giveaway. Basically, I have a setting on here which stops excessive spam. So anti-spam, it automatically marks users ineligible if they post the keyword more than once. So it's just to stop people spamming the chat there. So let me just get that background set up in the background here. Need to think of the keyword, which I already have. So entering the keyword now. You can use lowercase or uppercase, it doesn't matter. Okay. There we are. So the question simply is, ladies and gentlemen, our alternate stay was Yankee Mike Lima. That's where we would have gone had we needed to divert. We hadn't needed to because there's no issues getting in. What city is Yankee Mike Lima? Begins with M, ends in E. Just put that in chat. Lowercase or uppercase. Do it only once. If you do it incorrectly, it doesn't matter. You only need to put it in correctly once. Once you've done that, you'll have a chance of winning. And as I've mentioned, if you put in social media, if you message me on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or an email, show me your YouTube or Google page with your logout picture and your logo, because I'll be taking a picture of that. I'll get in contact with you after you've contacted me, and if you've got PayPal, that's usually great, so I'll just send you the cost. You don't need to pay a penny. I'll get you to put that item in the cart. You tell me the cost, including postage and packaging, and I'll make sure that's all covered for you as well. Mowing. I saw that. Amazing. Guys, if you like the iniBuilds Airbus A300, it's on sale at the moment. They're doing a summer sale. I don't know what the price is at the moment with the sale, but it's a great aircraft. One of the best payware aircraft available for X-Plane 11. So much is modelled, handles beautifully. I've been looking forward to flying it again. I've been flying the Beluga since release. It's been a long time since I actually jumped into the original A300. It's just a lovely aircraft, a lovely add-on. Very nicely detailed. This has been unbelievable. Sheremetyevo, Mariana Town. Excellent. I think we've got enough correct answers in here. Snapshot's going for Marseille. Not quite. Shit, Shin's come up as well. Of course, our alternate would be Melbourne, had we have diverted here. Sorry, it's not very original. Sometimes I ask questions a little bit more interesting. But all you want to know is if you've had a chance of actually winning the hoodie there. So, here we go. I'll roll it here. 3, 2, 1. The winner is Southend Aviation. Regular subscriber to the channel, but he's been reasonably active. Congratulations to you, Southend Aviation. Not a member. Unrigged, as you guys always suggest. Well done, Southend Aviation. I'm sure you're still around. Do me a massive favour. Drop me a message on social media. Facebook, Instagram or Twitter. Let me know what hoodie you'd like, so pop it in the cart and then let me know the full cost. I'll make sure that gets transferred to you, and that way you can order it yourself. Congratulations. Alpaca Airways hoodie or Flydeck Sim hoodie. Which one's best? Probably the Alpaca Airways hoodie one. But if there's anything else you prefer, that's not a problem as well. You can choose it there. He goes woohoo in chat. Congratulations to you, Amel. Well done. Who knows who will win the next prize? No, I've been stopped at a giveaway for a while, so I'm very generously offered to give away something, and I was like, well, it's my turn to do something now. But yeah, there'll always be a few things. I'll always do one for the members each month, and then I'll try and throw in a few things here and there as well. Awesome. Well, that's it. Another Flydeck Sim live stream over. And I'm sure you guys would like to see the replay. I certainly want to see the replay. It's one of my finest landings ever. That's one to keep. Excellent. Let's turn the music down here. And cue the funky replay music. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Excellent. There we are. Well, despite all the technical issues at the start, overall very good at the end. No problems whatsoever. Quiet here in Hobart, and nicely arrived. Ah yes, I need to wait until I'm directly over the threshold to be able to see this one. Let's have a look at this buttery landing there. Thanks again to everyone that's been watching the stream from the start as well. Your patience has been incredibly good today, as we probably had. There's the check. I'm just going to have to do that one more time. You can, I don't know if you can see, you can just about see. You can just about see the shadow on the ground from the gear. I have to do that ultra slow-mo. Like the slow-mo guys. Look, there's the shadow, look, look. Just doing it slow-mo. Oh, it was literally an inch, and then it settled. I can't do it any closer than that, even if I tried. An inch off the runway, and then it settled on the gear. Oh, I can't do any better. God, let's look at it real time. Superb. It's got to be a top 10. It has to be. Lawrence, it's almost like you know what you're doing. Amazing. Beautiful. And then there's the brakes on fire. That stopping performance, you know, the aircraft is more than capable of doing that in real life, but the brakes would be very, very hot, that's for sure. So we've got from here, from where the aircraft vacates, quite like this view. A little bit of a crosswind by the looks of it. You'll see it sit on its nose, look, as I start braking, or the auto brake kicks in. There you go, the auto brake's kicking in now. Look at the stance, like it's weight on the nose gear. Look. Amazing. Drowning out the music. Right guys, that's the end of another Flight Data Sim live stream. I hope you found it enjoyable and learned something new perhaps. That was the iniBuilds Airbus A300 on the VATSIM Cross the Ditch event from Christchurch to Hobart. Again, thank you very much to everyone for their patience at the start of the stream as we were dealing with technical issues with PC and keyboard issues as well. And yeah, it was nicely done. Well organised by the VATSIM people around here as well. A few delays and stuff. That was about a few delays and stuff getting out and having to hold the climb, but these things happen. But we got here in one piece. Another successful live stream, so very happy. As ever, to everyone that's donated, thank you so much for your generous contributions. To all my members for the continued support, as ever, thank you so much. Congratulations to Southbound Aviation. We'll get that money sent to you ASAP. And to all the regular viewers, thank you so much for tuning in for another live stream. As ever, all I ask is you to like the video and subscribe to stay up to date with the latest content. And I will see you probably all live on Tuesday. I'm planning. Oh no, Tuesday evening, maybe Tuesday. I will let you know on social media as usual. Guys, stay safe, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I'll see you all very soon.